What it do? What it do? What it do? What it do? It's your host, V Note the Most, back for another classic and V No comment. We got part two of Everybody Got Smoke for Brandon Tatum, but not for Nolan Wells' new friend. Make sure you're pulled up and rolled up. I'm glad that you showed up to comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again. Now we back for part two. Yesterday we took a look at the first press conference of being Crump, you know what I'm saying? Because, that was the first information that we kind of really got on um, case, on the Nolan Wells case. And long live Nolan Wells, you know what I'm saying? Long live Nolan Wells. But, that was the first information that came out, excuse me, nationwide, you know what I'm saying? Nationwide news, you know what I'm saying? Now we're going to take a look, building up to that interview, not that interview, but that press conference. So we're gonna look at the local news. We're gonna hear what the locals was hearing about this. You know what I'm saying? So on part two, this is gonna be a breakdown of what the locals was hearing before the first press conference, which was we did a breakdown yesterday, or part one. And within that part one, I was pointing out that Ben Crump and Al Sharpton have put corroded batteries in people backs, in the black community backs, and got people crashing out, using racism, or the historicals of race to try to find justification for a family that's grieving and don't believe that their son just drowned. You know what I'm saying? So that's the situation. We got a family that don't believe that their son just drowned, and we got Ben Crump and them using race to be able to highlight the story, to kind of, I guess, to kind of get it running. But it's it's disingenuous because now, um, you know what I'm saying, the real people that probably did something ain't really got no eyes on them. And the eyes is who I put in the thumbnail. That's who we really need to be looking at. That's who we should have been pressing the whole time, was the white girl. But I find it very interesting that Ben Crump wouldn't automatically, choose to get at the white girl. You know what I'm saying? Would choose to say, okay, it was three white boys and it was Nolan, and kind of made it seem like, if you ain't really had the details, if you ain't really know what's going on, that, three people just kind of just left him out there doing his thing, right? So, and stuff was erased off the phone, stuff like that. Just kind of like insinuating that these particular people right here, we need to, you know what I'm saying, because of Emmett Tillman and what be going on in Mississippi, we gotta take a look at this as a race issue. And they say 86 people is being pursued to be sued. 86. And it's already people locked up, and it's gonna be more people locked up for sending threats to these people that was painted away by Ben Crump and Al Sharpton, to where they wanted the world to look at these white boys, because Nolan Wells, a black boy, didn't come back home, but they came back home. But they didn't put out that, uh I guess they did put out that, lightweight, that, uh the girl that he was with, or the girl that he met out there, had told the mother that Nolan told her that he was getting back on the boat with his friends. You know what I'm saying? But then we got a group of friends that's being accused saying that, you know, we told him to get on the boat. We left about 4:30 and he didn't get on the boat. So with that being said, that's the confusion. And I say, okay, we need to highlight. I'm saying highlight the female, which it looked like that she got a lot of holes in the story. She got a lot of gaps, so she ain't really telling the world when did she depart from Nolan when they supposed to. Everybody was saying that they was lovey dovey. So when did y'all depart? But then I also heard that a black kid said that he seen Nolan with a girl and a dude about 6 o'clock, 5 something on the island. But it's not a hot pursuit. It's not a full court press on those people. You know what I'm saying? It's just on the people that had his phone or that the people that he was kind of kicking it with that he knew and that they came out on. Shout out to Brandon Tatum for going to go get that information and bringing it back to the people. You know what I'm saying? Uh, and we wouldn't even be here as far as the black community wouldn't even know what's really going on if it wasn't for Brandon Tatum. We would still be in the dark. We would still be, uh, regurgitating Ben Crump and Al Sharpton, which they have an agenda on getting money. You know, this is the money play. This is the play because of the historicals, the black and white historicals within America when certain type of tragedies happen, and these is uh, these is kind of like the storyline of it. We gotta put this out here and pull at the heartstrings of the black community and raise money, raise money for the family, raise money for the family to try to find out what's going on, right? Trying to find out what's going on, right? I ain't trying to find out what's going on. Now, what we have done found out is that what we have found out is that they haven't even turned over the phone to the police department when we heard on their first press conference, you say, well, we're going to have our investigators and our specialists look into the phone and, do a deep dive on it. And then we going to get the phone to the police department expeditious. Now they saying that, hold on, no. The only way we going to send the phone over there is if we got somebody right there with you while you do a breakdown of the phone instead of the police doing their independent investigation. So that's the that's the coincidence right now, or that's what kind of what's going on right now. But I thought that was very interesting that Ben Crump and Al Sharpton came out in that press conference in New York and said what they said. You know what I'm saying? To kind of put, to kind of frame it and paint that a certain way that they painted that. You know what I'm saying? So now we're gonna get to the beginning, the beginning. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get to the beginning of what was going on in the local news from what the local reporters from what they done gathered. Make sure that you're pulled up and rolled up. I'm glad that you showed up to comment, like, subscribe, tell a friend, and do it again.
Where the investigation, or excuse me, the search party is going to be set up. You can see here over my thank you, Brandy. Here at the Lake Mars boat launch is where the investigation, or excuse me, the search party is going to be set up. You can see here over my shoulder, the Jackson County Mobile Command Unit is already here and set, and there is a pickup truck on the other side of it for the Jackson County Sheriff's Office as well. Now, they were here yesterday looking and searching the area. What we know right now is that Nolan Wells was last seen without a shirt in blue swim trunks with some sunglasses on around 3 p.m. on the 4th of July over at Horn Island. Now, he went out there with some friends.
Now, I guess that's the argument right there. That's the first argument. They saying 3 o'clock. This is fun. This is the first report coming from this WLOX This is the first report. Uh, and they saying 3 o'clock. Now, uh, I'm pretty sure that that's just a small detail. That was just a small information that was let out. The police ain't gonna put out everything because they don't want the killer to be able to know they whole hand. So I'm not sure 3 o'clock was just put out there, and why the 4:30 wasn't put out there, and why the 6:30 wasn't put out there. They probably didn't have that other information at the time. You know what I'm saying? But that's just one cross up right there.
To celebrate the weekend and celebrate the holiday, and has not been seen, like I said, since 3 p.m. Now, the search party is expected to continue today. The United Cajun Navy is expected to also take some aircrafts up in the air to help with the search efforts. I've already heard about 2 planes go over my head this morning as well. We got a chance to speak with the United Cajun Navy earlier about this investigation moving forward.
If you were one of the group that was with him, or if you were on the island and you were there and saw anything, please don't be afraid to come forward and tell the authorities exactly what you know, no matter what you might think might be some consequences or whatnot. But it's very important right now in these critical moments that we get truthful, confirmable information.
Now, the family and also Jackson County Sheriff's Department is looking for any information or any photos or videos that could have helped and could help pinpoint a timeline out there on the island on July 4th. If you were out there celebrating on Horn Island on Independence Day and you have anything that you feel like could prove or point to a person or timeline, it is asked that you send that in to the Jackson County Sheriff's Department. Live from Jackson County, Will Polson, WLOX News Now.
School is where germs pop up. And now with your help, so does Lysol. Because this year,
The search is on for a missing teen in Jackson County. 18-year-old Nolan Xavier Wells was last seen yesterday afternoon around 3 o'clock on Horn Island. Jackson County Sheriff's Office is currently searching for the missing teen. With the help of DMR and the Coast Guard, the United Cajun Navy is also aiding in the search. Now, if you saw Wells yesterday at the island, give Jackson County deputies a call. They're telling us that your information could help narrow their search for this missing teen.
The desperate search continues for a teen reported missing from Horn Island. 18-year-old Nolan Xavier Wells was last seen Saturday, which was the 4th of July, that afternoon on the northeast tip end of Horn Island. Joining us live is Will Polston with some details on this ongoing investigation. Good morning to you, Will.
Good morning, Brandy. We're here at Lake Mars Pier in Jackson County, where you can see here over my shoulder, it looks like the teams are getting ready and prepared to take to the water. I see 4 different boats here, some of them saying state law enforcement, one just pulling up that says Harrison County on it. So there's going to be quite a bit of a presence out in the water today that's going to be looking for Nolan Wells. Wells is 18 years old, comes in about 6'1" and 180 pounds. Last seen with no shirt on, wearing blue swim trunks and sunglasses on the 4th of July out at Horn Island, somewhere around 3 p.m. Now, right now, the United Cajun Navy is also taking planes up in the air to assist with the search, and the Jackson County Sheriff's Department is asking for any help with pictures or videos that you may have from the Horn Island on Independence Day that could help pinpoint maybe where or when Nolan went missing. Now, he is also a football player at Southwest Mississippi Community College, and they put out a statement today saying that the SMCC family is praying for the beloved football player Nolan Wells, his loved ones, and everyone involved in the search. We ask our community to join us in praying for Nolan's safe return. And again, if you have anything from Independence Day that could help pinpoint where or when Nolan went missing, please send that in to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. In Jackson County, Will Polson, WLOX News Now.
WLOX News Now Midday starts with breaking news.
Breaking news, a body has been found on Horn Island near where missing 18-year-old Nolan Wells went missing. Search crews like this one you see here in the air have been searching for him for more than 40 hours now. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Brandy McGill. Will Polston has been on the scene at a command post in Jackson County all morning.
So they were searching for him for 40 hours before they found him. Searching for him for 40 hours before they found him.
They search, and he now joins us live. Good morning to you, Will.
Hey, good morning, Brandy. We got word here just at about 8:45 that there was a body found on Horn Island, and the officials are now working on bringing that back. Now, as of right now, we do not have an identity of the body that was found, but I can confirm that Nolan Wells' family is here at the Lake Mars boat launch. Now, they've asked us not to show the camera in that direction right now of the family grieving. There is quite a bit of family and friends here from Nolan's family, but like I said, we do not have identity as of right now. Sheriff Ledbetter did confirm that a park ranger ended up finding the body that was found, and the coroner was here earlier and has since left. They left right at about 10 o'clock, just after 10 a.m., waiting on getting official confirmation on the identity, cause of death, and everything else in between. Of course, as we find out more information, we're going to be updating you on our website at WLOX.com. But as of right now, a really somber scene as the family all gathered around, hugging and trying to enjoy each other's company during a somber time. Again, still waiting to find out the official identification of the body found, though. Reporting live in Jackson County, Will Polston, WLOX News Now.
Well, thank you so much for that. So Nolan Wells, he's also a football player at Southwest Mississippi Community College, SMCC, also putting out a statement asking their community to pray for his return.
My nose won't stop running.
Trying to locate it now. Please hold.
Story we're continuing to follow. The family of Nolan Wells has now taken to social media confirming his death. That is our top story today here on the 4 o'clock show. I'm Hugh Keaton.
And I'm Jennifer Laud. The 18-year-old went missing on Independence Day around 3 in the afternoon at Horn Island. Wells went to the island with a group of friends to celebrate the holiday. Jackson County Sheriff John Ledbetter says his department received a call from Wells' mother late Saturday evening saying he never came home. The search for Nolan began again this morning with state and local officials. Sheriff Ledbetter shares the details of when the body was found.
About 8:45 is when when I was first notified that there had been a body found on the west tip of Horn Island, and that the body matched the description.
So the body was found on the west tip of the island, but he was last seen on the northeast tip of the island. Now let's take a look at this island real quick. Hold on. Hold on, let me bring this up real quick. While that's coming up,
Description of our missing teenager. The U.S. Park Service, and then are the ones that initially located the body on the island.
Jackson County Coroner Bruce Lynn says an autopsy is expected tomorrow. This is still an active investigation.
More news for South Mississippi starts now.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Noah Noble. First tonight, that desperate search for a missing teenager on Horn Island ending in tragedy. Family members say the body of 18-year-old Nolan Wells was recovered just before 9 o'clock this morning. Jackson County Sheriff John Ledbetter telling us the body was found on the island by a park ranger. Wells went to Horn Island on the 4th of July and was last seen around 3 o'clock that afternoon. His mother reported him missing late Saturday. The young man was a multi-sport athlete at Ocean Springs High School and was a wide receiver for Southwest Mississippi Community College. Those close to him say he was known for his kindness, genuine personality, and a smile that could light up a room. Sheriff John Ledbetter sitting down with us as speculation surrounding the teen's death grew on social media.
Number one, give the family space and time. They are still processing this tragic event, and all of Nolan's close friends. And we're still waiting for 100% confirmation. I'll assure you that the Jackson County Sheriff's Office, we're looking at this whole case just like we would any other case, and we're going to be as thorough as we can.
The county coroner's office confirming to us an autopsy will be conducted and the results will be shared with Jackson County Sheriff's investigators.
And us, we're continuing to follow up on the.
So we got Horns Island. Screen for this right here. So this is Horn Island right here. So they say that he was last seen on the northeast tip. He was last seen on the northeast tip, but body was found on the west tip of the island. Last seen on the east, found on the west. Badly decomposed, they say. I ain't gonna say badly decomposed, but like I guess they really just couldn't, you know what I'm saying, see no bruises. You know, he was kind of, he was decomposed. But this is Horn Island. Last seen in the northeast, found in the west. Horn Island.
Apparent death of Ocean Springs graduate Nolan Wells.
Yeah, his family says they identified a body found on Horn Island yesterday morning as their son. And an autopsy scheduled for today. Officials say DNA testing still needed to officially confirm the identity.
Now our Will Polston joining us live in Jackson County with the latest. Good morning to you, Will.
Hey, good morning, Bill, Brandy, and everyone waking up with us this morning as well. That's right. As of right now, we have it all but confirmed by officials to say that the body found off of Horn Island was that of Nolan Wells. Now, we have multiple reports that lead us to believe this being the mother and many other family members confirming on social media, Sheriff Ledbetter of Jackson County saying that the body fit the description of Nolan Wells. And we also called Bruce Lynn, the coroner of Jackson County, who had said that the body, whenever we called him yesterday, he said that we do not have the DNA 100% proof as of yet. That should be coming in today, but says he has no reason to believe it's not him. So we're still waiting on 100% official confirmation on the DNA testing to come back later today. But as of right now, going off of what everybody else is saying as of that. Now, we are also expecting an autopsy later today coming with those DNA tests to figure out the cause of death. And maybe hopefully be able to pinpoint a little bit of a better timeline. As of right now, the last we have heard about his whereabouts being around 3 p.m. on Horn Island on July 4th. Still trying to figure out some other details as we go. we had a chance to speak with the members of the United Cajun Navy, as many different organizations were part of this search effort. And this is what they had to say about finding out a little bit more about whenever he first disappeared.
Got the information from the mother as well as one of the cousins, and then jumped into action really quickly. We deployed some vessels, we deployed some surface vessels, some boats, as well as personnel with drones and some boots on the ground. So this is an island that's off the coast of Mississippi. We rapidly deployed, rapidly got people onto the island to start searching the island, boots on the ground, as well as mobilize some resources. Again, boats, drones, and personnel.
Now, we're still trying to piece together some of the nitty-gritty details of this case, such as who were the last people that Wells was seen with, how he ended up in the water, and exactly when the first calls came in. As of right now, the only call that we have confirmed from officials is the call to the Jackson County Sheriff's Department, which came from Nolan's mother around midnight on July 4th. Live from Jackson County, Will Polson, WLOX News Now.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Noah Noble. Tonight, the search continues for a teen reported missing from Horn Island. 18-year-old Nolan Xavier Wells was last seen yesterday around 3 o'clock on the east end of Horn Island. Jackson County Sheriff's Marine Patrol, DMR, the U.S. Coast Guard, and the United Cajun Navy were canvassing the island today. I'm told the longer this search goes on, the more dire the outcome, especially in a disappearance on an island like this.
After 48 hours is when the survivability index starts to go down dramatically. There were some people that thought he might have, wandered off into the middle of the island. Maybe they have that lake, but we sent people up there today, and if he was barefoot, there's no way he made it up there. There's cactuses and there's just a lot of thorny brush and whatnot. He would not have comfortably been able to make it to the middle of the island. He probably would have turned around and went back toward the beach.
Now, if you saw Wells yesterday at the island and you have not spoken to law enforcement, give Jackson County a call. Your information could be vital to this case.
Search continues for a teen reported missing from Horn Island. 18-year-old Nolan Xavier Wells was last seen Saturday afternoon on the northwest tip end of Horn Island. And joining us now live is Will Polson with the details on this ongoing investigation. Good morning to you, Will.
Good morning, Brandy, and good morning, everybody joining us at home. If you were with us for our first couple of live shots, you saw the mobile command unit here, and now over my shoulder, you can see a couple of rescue boats here as well, many of them saying state law enforcement on the side of them as the search party is getting ready to get back up and rolling here from Lake Mars Pier. Now, this is out in Jackson County. Now, Nolan Wells is the subject of this search, an 18-year-old boy from here in Ocean Springs who now plays college football. And now he went missing as of last seen at Horn Island on the northwest tip at 3 p.m. on Independence Day. He went out with a couple of buddies, but has not been seen since. He was last seen wearing no shirt with blue swim trunks and sunglasses on. Now, the United Cajun Navy has also been aiding in this search. We got a chance to speak with them earlier during this search, talk about what needs to be known to better find Nolan.
And I've heard that he got on a different boat. I heard he went to a different island. I heard that he swam out trying to catch another boat. I heard a lot of different things, but I don't know which one is true. But I need to know exactly what's the last thing people saw Nolan doing. It's going to make my job a lot easier.
Now, Southwest Mississippi Community College is where Nolan plays football at. They just recently released a statement as well. That statement saying, in part, quote, the SMCC family is praying for the beloved football player Nolan Wells, his loved ones, and everyone involved in the search.
Hold on, you said you seen what? Hold on.
I'm out trying to catch another boat. I heard a lot of different things.
And sunglasses on. Now, the United Cajun Navy has also been aiding in this search. We got a chance to speak with them earlier during this search, talk about what needs to be known to better find Nolan.
And I've heard that he got on a different boat. I heard he went to.
He heard that he got on a different boat. How many people done said that? within the black community. What else he heard? And okay, so he got on a different boat. It should be a full court press on that other boat, or them people from the other boat. But it's like how we got the first cook up. It was only 3. You know what I'm saying?
A different island. I heard that he swam out. I've heard that he got on a different boat. I heard he went to a different island.
They heard that he went to a different island. Got on a different boat. Heard that he went to a different island.
I've heard that he got on a different boat. I heard he went to a different island. I heard that he swam out trying to catch another boat. I heard a lot of.
Heard that he swam out to try to catch another boat. He swam out to try to catch another boat. This is coming from the United Cajun Navy. Brian is saying that he heard that he hopped on another boat, heard that he went to another island, and heard that he swam to try to catch up with a boat.
Search. We got a chance to speak with them earlier during this search, talk about what needs to be known to better find Nolan.
I've heard that he got on a different boat. I heard he went to a different island. I heard that he swam out trying to catch another boat. I heard a lot of different things, but I don't know which one is true. But I need to know exactly what's the last thing people saw Nolan doing. It's going to make my job a lot easier.
Now, Southwest Mississippi Community College is where Nolan plays football at. They just recently released a statement as well. That statement saying, in part, quote, the SMCC family is praying for the beloved football player Nolan Wells, his loved ones, and everyone involved in the search. We ask our community to join us in praying for Nolan's safe return. And the Jackson County Sheriff's Department is also asking if you have any photos, videos, or anything from Horn Island on Independence Day that could help pinpoint where Nolan could be, to please send that in to the department as well. Live from Jackson County, Will Polson, WLOX News Now.
Get this exceptional offer.
Following up on the death of Ocean Springs graduate Nolan Wells.
And his family says they identified the body found on Horn Island yesterday morning as their son. Autopsies are scheduled for today. Officials say DNA testing still needed to confirm the identity.
That's right. Joining us now live, Will Polston from Pascagoula's corner office with the latest. Will.
Hey, good morning, Bill, Brandy, and everybody waking up with us this morning. That's right. Nolan Wells, the body found during the search for Nolan Wells just off the northwestern tip of Horn Island in the water yesterday around 8:45 a.m. And while we've gotten the family to take to social media and talk about it, Sheriff Ledbetter of Jackson County has also mentioned that the body fit the description, and the coroner, Bruce Lynn, saying that he doesn't have any reason to believe it's not him, just doesn't have the DNA 100% proof as of right now. Now, the big thing is the ambiguity behind all of it. Now, we know that he was last seen around 3 p.m. on the 4th of July. We know he went out with some friends to Horn Island to celebrate Independence Day. And we know that his mom called in to the sheriff's department around midnight that night. But there's still a lot of questions.
Mom called in about midnight.
Some friends to Horn Island to celebrate Independence Day. And we know that his mom called in to the sheriff's department around midnight that night. But there's still a lot of questions that are out there. And we spoke with the United Cajun Navy as well about some of those questions that are still looming.
And that's the question everybody's asking, truly what happened. We're not law enforcement. We are a volunteer group that specializes in search and rescue, search and recovery. We leave the investigating to the law enforcement officers. And I think that's the question everybody has, truly what happened. All we know is the end result. We're going to leave that investigation to law enforcement, and I hope they come up with a solution or come up with a storyline on exactly what happened to Nolan.
Now today, the autopsy on Nolan Wells expected to go on later, and we're hopefully that will unveil some answers and clear some things up. But of course, those autopsy reports are going to have a big say in what happens next in the investigation moving forward. Live from Jackson County, Will Polston, WLOX News Now.
Following up on the death of Ocean Springs graduate Nolan Wells.
Family says they identified the body found on Horn Island yesterday morning as their son. An autopsy scheduled for today. Officials say DNA testing still needed to officially confirm the identity.
Joining us now live, Will Polston in Pascagoula at the coroner's office with the latest. Will?
Good morning, Bill and Brandy, and everybody waking up with us as well. That's right. Still waiting on the official autopsy and DNA results that are supposed to be coming later today. That being confirmed by the Jackson County coroner, Bruce Lind. He says that he doesn't have any reason to believe it's not Nolan Wells after the body matched the description, and the family has taken to social media also confirming as well. Now we're still waiting, of course, on that, and there's plenty of questions that are still left in the air. We still aren't sure who was last seen with Wells out there. We know that he was on Horn Island during the 4th of July, which hundreds of people were out there celebrating, but we aren't sure who he was last seen with, how he was expected to get back home. We aren't sure exactly who made the first call. We did get a confirmation that Nolan's mother made a call to the Jackson County Sheriff around midnight, but we're not 100% sure if that was the first call made. There's been reports that, or there's been speculation that there were calls to the National Guard, that there were calls to Gulf Shores. There's been lots of rumors spinning around. Jackson County Sheriff John Ledbetter says the best thing you can do right now is respect the family's privacy and give them some time to grieve, because right now there's so much speculating on social media and everything else that it's hard to piece all of the pieces together for what's true and what's not. But what we do know now is that today we should be getting more answers after those autopsy reports come in, and that should determine the next steps in this case. Live from Jackson County, Will Polston, WLOX News Now.
Real iPhone, no prices at all. Go run fast. Hey, y'all, stop what y'all doing. If y'all want a real phone for the
Thanks so much for joining us here on WLOX News Now at midday. I'm Brandy McGill. This morning, we are continuing to push for answers on what happened to Nolan Wells. He's the teen presumed dead after his body was found out on Horn Island. Today, an autopsy is being done at the Mississippi State Medical Examiner's Office Coast Crime Lab, and Will Polston is outside the lab now with what he knows. Will?
Well, good morning, Brandy. Good morning, everybody joining us. If you've been keeping up with us here at WLOX, you know the case and the story of Nolan Wells, who had disappeared back on July 4th. And then a body presumed to be him was discovered yesterday around 8:45 a.m. Here behind me in the forensics lab is where hopefully the family will get some new answers. While the family did take to social media and say that the body was Nolan Wells, the coroner of Jackson County, Bruce Lind, says he's waiting for the DNA results from this test that will come back and confirm whether or not it is him. Of course, there is a lot of speculation that it is him, and with the family confirming and Sheriff Ledbetter of Jackson County also saying that he matched the description. And now also we're hoping that this, with the autopsy coming forward, now we don't know exactly when the results will come forward, but we do know that it was being conducted today. I was told this morning by Bruce Lind, the Jackson County coroner as well. So we're going to get some answers. The family's going to get some answers revealing the cause of death and the condition in which Nolan Wells was found as well. We got a chance to speak with multiple agencies, including the United Cajun Navy, just talking about the looming questions that still stand that will hopefully be answered by this autopsy.
That's the question everybody's asking. Truly, what happened? We're not law enforcement. We are a volunteer group that specializes in search and rescue, search and recovery. We leave the investigating to the law enforcement officers. And I think that's the question everybody has. Truly, what happened? All we know is the end result. We're going to leave that investigation to law enforcement, and I hope they come up with a solution or come up with a storyline on exactly what happened to Nolan.
Now, this autopsy will determine the next steps in the investigation. Sheriff Ledbetter in Jackson County does say that the investigation is ongoing. And they've been interviewing multiple people who may know something and following multiple leads to find out what happened on the island on the day of July 4th. Live in Harrison County, Will Polson, WLOX News Now.
All right, well, thanks so much for that. We'll continue following that story and always search our website, WLOX.com.
Tonight, we are continuing to follow the story of Nolan Wells. The Jackson County coroner says it could be a couple of weeks before we know the cause of death of the 18-year-old. The coroner confirmed through dental records today the body recovered Monday is Wells. But the test results done during today's autopsy by the state medical examiner will take many days to come back. And now a push from law enforcement. Jackson County Sheriff's Department is asking anyone who spoke to Wells on the island to contact them. They also ask that you look through your photos and videos if you were on the island for any sight of Wells. Notably, they also told us there's a lot of chatter on social media, and they asked the public to give compassion and privacy to Wells's family. Also announced today, civil rights lawyer Ben Crump says he is representing the family, saying in part, quote, "They deserve the truth. We will not rest until every fact about what happened to Nolan on Horn Island is brought to light." All of this comes after Wells did not return after a 4th of July boating trip. This resulted in a multi-agency response before Wells's body was found in the water just off the northwestern tip of Horn Island.
Harbor Freight Tools are working hard at Nico's Automotive Shop in Illinois. He demands affordable tools that don't quit because he never quits. Harbor Freight, built for tool people.
Hundreds hit the water.
Tonight, we are continuing to follow the story of Nolan.
Hold on, let me bring it back because I want to show that they said it again in Northwest. So they said the western tip, but they said he was found on the northwest of the island. He was last seen on the northeast.
His body was found in the water just off the northwestern tip of Horn Island.
Hundreds hit the water for 4th of July fund. The Mississippi Department.
So he was last seen on the northeast tip and found on the northwest tip 2 days later.
Department of Marine Resources says hundreds hit the water for 4th of July fund. The Mississippi Department of Marine Resources says it was one of the busiest holiday weekends of the year. And with that crowd comes risk. Cody Heister shows us why officials say a day on the water can turn in an instant.
The 4th of July brought boaters in by the flock to the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Near Horn Island, Marine Patrol officers stayed on the move all weekend, watching speeds and checking for safety gear. For Marine Patrol Lieutenant Matthew Kosovich, it was a holiday surge unlike anything he's seen on the water.
In 21 years, I've never seen the boat traffic like we did this past 4th of July, not just offshore, but inshore as well.
While many families made memories on the water, the holiday weekend was marked by the tragic loss of 18-year-old Nolan Wells.
You don't want to see anybody go through that. That's not what a holiday weekend is supposed to be about. You're supposed to go out and have a good time, enjoy yourself. Hopefully you got good weather for that.
Kosovich says Marine Patrol was one of several agencies searching, doing everything possible to find Wells.
Everybody was doing everything they could to try to locate this young man. It's a sad situation.
He says incidents like this are a sobering reminder that conditions on the water can turn dangerous fast.
Stay vigilant. Pay attention to all your surroundings. Pay attention to everybody on your boat. You got to have an observer at all times. Keep up with who's on what.
With the weekend in the books, Kosovich hopes that this 4th of July becomes a turning point for safer days on the water.
As a law enforcement officer, the only solace, like I said earlier, is closure. And thank God the Lord brought closure to that family.
In Biloxi, Cody Heister, WLX News Now.
The cause and manner of death for Nolan Wells have not been released. Today, the city of Wiggins took the time to honor several officers and citizens instrumental in the response through the destruction of Arthur.
Happening right now, Jackson County authorities are seeking any pictures or video taken on Horn Island this weekend that could help answer questions about what happened to Nolan Wells. The Jackson County coroner says it could be a couple of weeks before we know the cause of death of the 18-year-old. The coroner says dental records confirmed today the body recovered Monday off Horn Island is Wells, but results from the tests done during today's autopsy by the state medical examiner will take many days to come back. Wells was reported missing after visiting Horn Island with a group of friends on the 4th of July. His family is now grieving their beloved son and a life gone too soon. Brandy McGill shows us how Nolan Wells is being remembered.
Who was Nolan Wells, the 18-year-old that went missing on 4th of July out at Horn Island? Well, he was a 2025 graduate here at Ocean Springs High School, a multi-sports athlete who more so dominated the football field as a Greyhound, who went on to play at the collegiate level at Southwest Mississippi Community College. Well, his disappearance and now apparent death has sparked pain and hurt across South Mississippi, causing many to take to social media. The search for 18-year-old Nolan Wells went on for more than 40 hours, and his mother has not been silent since, thanking everyone for their support, love, and resources during this difficult time on social media. Nolan's mom also asking the public to respect their privacy and allow them to grieve. All this after her son was last seen July 4th around 3 p.m. on Horn Island. Nolan spent countless Friday nights on the field at Ocean Springs High School where family, friends, and community members all cheered him on. And just like on game nights, the community is still supporting Nolan and standing in solidarity with his family. Comments like these have been flooding the internet, many sharing love and prayers. One reading, sending you and your family a virtual hug. There are no words. And another reading, we stand with you, praying for a thorough investigation and peace. Both Ocean Springs School District and Southwest Mississippi Community College have also expressed their deepest condolences. The college is even offering resources like professional counselors and local ministers to assist teammates and friends as they return to campus. Now, this is a tragic situation, and do understand there's far more questions than answers right now. But as law enforcement has stated, this is an ongoing investigation. In Ocean Springs, Brandy McGill, WLOX News.
Base 44 super agents, the next thing you can't live without. Clearing up your email, scheduling meetings, and delivering a brief before you finish your morning coffee. Time to update what you think is possible.
Those two guys went out to Horn Island. They went on the island. They canvassed around. They went and ran a grid with the boat, put the drone up, looking for any signs of Nolan. Did not find anything. By late afternoon, some weather was moving in offshore. So out of abundance of caution, they came back in, and that's when we decided that we were going to put a plane up the next morning on 6th July. There was a story that Nolan might have tried to walk to the middle of the island. There's like a lagoon with ponds.
So just the fourth story. So we got a story that he got on another boat. Got a story that he went to another island. We got a story that he tried to swim to a boat. Now we got the story that he had walked to the middle of the island.
That Nolan might have tried to walk to the middle of the island. The next morning on 6th July, there was a story that Nolan might have tried to walk to the middle of the island. There's like a lagoon with ponds. But they went over there and they showed me pictures saying, hey, look, there's a lot of thorny bush, there's cactuses. If he was over here barefoot, he would have abandoned this idea pretty quickly. So we don't think that there's any reason to really search around here. Sure, yeah, I was told that the park ranger called in the discovery about 8:45 a.m. And I knew it was between 8:30 and 8:45 when we had flown back over north of the island and noticed activity on the beach that was not there earlier. And so that was when, again, we saw a lot more boats coming to the island, and that there was a makeshift command post being set up on the beach. And as we descended lower and started circling, I could see that there was a body laying on the beach.
So the discovery was him. How did
Nolan's mother respond when the sheriff told her that?
I wasn't with her when it happened. I think my incident commander was there. He described it as when she pulled up at the boat launch and saw him, she ran over to him and just collapsed in his arms. And I think she was just despondent for a while. So he was just trying to comfort her. And he knew everything she had been through from the beginning because we were put in touch with her very early. I think the night of July 4th was the first contact.
What's going through your mind?
Just that, our worst fears were being realized. We wanted to find this boy. I wanted him to bring him back to his mother alive and well. I knew that the further we got away from the last time he was seen alive, the lower chances that would be. But in these kind of situations, you try to stay positive. You have no choice but to stay positive, or you'll go crazy. But whenever we make a recovery and it's a positively identified recovery, that's when it becomes real. And I'm a parent. I can't even imagine being in that situation. First, the horrible hours of knowing your child's missing, not knowing where he or she's at. Then you hear that they find a body, and then somebody from a position of authority tells you that the bad news that they do believe it's your child. I never want to be. I've seen enough of that happen. Look, we have our own in-house chaplain, not just to comfort the families, but to keep our heads straight, because this isn't easy to do. And so we just sort of, when those situations come up, that's when it becomes real. It's when the emotions kick in, and you stop being a search and rescue person and flip back on into being a human being.
Need a boost? A little movement could help. 30 active minutes each day get your...
Thanks for joining us here for the News at 5. I'm Hugh Keaton.
And I'm Jennifer Lott. Tonight, the head of the Jackson County NAACP calling for speculation to end about the death of Nolan Wells. Curly Clark spoke exclusively to us about the teen's death while on a July 4th trip to Horn Island and the social media rumors, while investigators are still working to find answers.
We do not want anyone to jump to conclusions. It's going to be very hurtful to the family if the wrong conclusions don't pan out. So we want to make sure that we're going to be very deliberate in the findings, and ensure that the facts come out and that justice is served.
We also talked to Jackson County Sheriff John Ledbetter today. He told us investigators are hearing from more people who were on Horn Island Saturday.
Tuesday, the sheriff put out a call for firsthand accounts.
Hold on, let me bring that back with the NAACP said.
To find answers.
We do not want anyone to jump to conclusions. It's going to be very hurtful.
They don't want anyone to jump to conclusions, but with the first press conference that they put out there, hold on, let me go and finish what he's gonna say.
We do not want anyone to jump to conclusions. It's going to be very hurtful to the family if the wrong conclusions don't pan out.
So this is the setup right here. This is the setup. We're not gonna jump to conclusions, but we gonna jump to conclusions because that's how we gonna get the story out there. That's how we gonna make it a big deal. But in the beginning, now we ain't gonna jump to conclusions because we don't want to, something like that can hurt the family. When they trying to get to the facts of what happened to their loved one. But for the first press conference to come out saying, it was 3 white boys and they left a black friend on the island, and they came home, but he didn't. Somehow they got his keys and phone. Stuff was deleted out his phone. We can hear Nolan saying that, arguing with somebody on video. All this stuff is not a fact. But this is what they told everybody not to do, but they ended up doing it. That's the playbook. That's the corroded battery. That's that bad peoples. And I hate to say that about my peoples, but now they say, and shout out to Shank Rock, he say that 86 people that they pursuing on suing through social media that done been out here talking crazy. People done got arrested for threats, and more people gonna get arrested once they find them.
We want to make sure that we're going to be very deliberate in the findings and ensure that the facts come out and that justice is served.
We also talked to Jackson County Sheriff John Ledbetter today. He told us investigators are hearing from more people who were on Horn Island Saturday.
Tuesday, the sheriff put out a call for firsthand accounts, photos, and video from original sources, not recycled social media posts that can't be verified. Ledbetter says the investigation is ongoing, though he would not elaborate on exactly what new information has come in.
Jackson County Sheriff John Ledbetter today. He told us investigators are hearing from more people who were on Horn Island Saturday.
Tuesday, the sheriff put out a call for firsthand accounts, photos, and video from original sources, not recycled social media posts that can't be verified. Ledbetter says the investigation is ongoing, though he would not elaborate on exactly what new information has come in.
I take each opportunity to share what's important to me.
Tonight, the investigation into Nolan Wells' death continues as detectives sort through a mountain of tips, calls, and social media speculation.
And new at 6, a Jackson County Chancery judge releasing a statement to dispel rumors about her stepson who was with Nolan Wells on Horn Island. And now let's bring in investigative reporter Noah Noble. Noah, first, what's the latest from law enforcement we're hearing today?
You probably saw the Jackson County Sheriff's call to action, asking anyone who was at Horn Island on July 4th to reach out. The sheriff telling me there's been lots of new tips and information being reported to investigators. Of course, all this happening as social media runs rampant with speculation. An NAACP president saying tonight jumping to conclusions can be dangerous.
How did Nolan Wells die? It's the burning question following the discovery of the missing teen's body on July 6th.
We do not want anyone to jump to conclusions. It's going to be very hurtful to the family if the wrong conclusions don't pan out.
Jackson County NAACP President Curly Clark says he wants to see less conjecture and more coming together.
It's sad, but I have to admit that race is a part of the equation.
They went against everything they said. They said, don't do this. Everybody don't do this. This will look bad. But when they do it on the grand level and say, well, this, we looking for justice, and they, kind of make it theater. You know what I'm saying? Instead of for justice, it's about, kind of getting the word out, raising money, getting awareness, but not the facts, and not presenting the facts to the world so people can kind of know what's going on. Like I said, if it wasn't for Jason Tatum, shout out to Jason Tatum. If it wasn't for him, we'll be lost in the sauce for real, though.
So we want to make sure that we're going to be very deliberate in the findings and ensure that the facts come out and that justice is served.
Here's what we know. On July 4th, Wells got on a boat with friends, launched from a private dock in Ocean Springs with a course set for Horn Island. Jackson County Chancery Court Judge Ashley Cole says her stepson was on that boat with Wells. In this statement published on Facebook, Judge Cole says her stepson last saw Wells around 3 o'clock. At 4:30 p.m., the boat that brought Wells to the island headed back to the coast because it was taking on water, according to Cole. Sheriff John Ledbetter says Wells stayed behind on the island and planned to catch a ride back to shore later that afternoon. Family then reported the teen.
Now, why would the sheriff say that he confident in saying that he said, I guess it's multiple people that saying that. Let me bring that back.
According to Cole, Sheriff John Ledbetter says Wells stayed behind on the island and planned to catch a ride back to shore later.
Plan to catch a ride back to shore. He said the sheriff said he planned. So it's information. See, that's what I'm saying. If y'all ain't read between the lines, and I don't think a lot of people is listening to the local news. A lot of people just looking at the national news and just running with what Crump said and running with certain little, you know what I'm saying, reports on social media instead of being fully tapped in to what the people that's investigating. But I guess being, being Crump and everybody wants you to, say, well, you really can't trust Mississippi police. You can't trust the white people down there. You can't, you know what I'm saying? Kind of like don't listen to them. You know what I'm saying? No, we getting good information right here. Now it could be lies, but it's information though. Now the question is who said what he said? Who said that for him to be able to verify it? You know what I'm saying? Or you know what I'm saying to bring it to the public like it's a fact.
Later that aft says the coast because it was taking on water, according to Cole. Sheriff John Ledbetter says Wells stayed behind on the island and planned to catch a ride back to shore later that afternoon. Family then reported the teen missing around midnight. Local, federal, and volunteer search crews then began working against the clock. Monday, July 6th, a park ranger found Wells' body washed up in the marsh at the edge of the island. Wells was brought back to the coast, then taken to the state medical examiner's office for an autopsy. While the results are pending, Jackson County investigators are digging through countless tips and sorting fact from fiction as social media speculation grows by the day.
Tonight, the sheriff telling me detectives are coordinating with the district attorney's office because the autopsy results will steer the course of this death investigation. The sheriff saying right now there is new information, but it won't be released until investigators can confidently lay out a timeline of Nolan Wells' final moments.
Men's Health Moment with Revive Men's Health. Each year, millions of men experience low testosterone. With testing and a personalized
Noah, thank you. Tonight, lawyer Ben Crump, who is working with Nolan Wells' family, sat down with ABC News Live. Here's part of what he had to say when asked about the investigation.
Is there something concretely sinister about what happened to Nolan Wells?
We don't know, but we intend to find out.
So you can hear more from that interview tonight on the news.
Topping our news tonight at 10, we're learning new details about the investigation into the tragic death of 18-year-old Nolan Wells.
Today, civil rights attorney Ben Crump announcing the body is being flown to Washington, D.C., where an independent autopsy will be done. Meanwhile, social media speculation is growing by the day after a 4th of July outing with friends at Horn Island turned deadly. Crump says they are now conducting their own investigation due to, quote, contradictions from local officials.
Fact that they continue to tell the family that we don't see any evidence of any foul play, even though you have students who recorded an altercation while they were on the boats, argument where you had Nolan and somebody yelling at one another on the boat. So that's an issue. They are conflict.
So once that was debunked, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like, the same thing that the NAACP said that, you shouldn't do, you shouldn't come with, conclusions that ain't facts and stuff like that because, the family can feel some type of way at the end of the day if that ain't panning out. First, he put out the one picture and said, well, look at the picture. And there was a week before, it was a picture that was taken a week before that, you know what I'm saying, before that weekend, you know what I'm saying? Then he talking about this video and still ain't just showed they showed the video but can't verify it. Like, but starting GoFundMe's and saying, Tyler Perry, come do this, and come do this and come do that. We got a playbook for it. Now we got a movie script. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna write a movie. We got Al Sharpton and everything. We got investigators. We paying investigators. We doing this and we doing that.
And she saying he went and got on the boat. They saying he didn't get on the boat. So which is it? And all we know is Nolan is dead. They are conflict by yelling at one another on the boat. So that's the issue. They are conflicting. She's saying he went and got on the boat. They saying he didn't get on the boat. So which is it? And all we know is Nolan is dead.
Curly Clark with the Jackson County NAACP also speaking out today, asking the community not to jump to conclusions as the investigation continues.
She said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
I was at a job where I couldn't advance unless I got a bachelor's degree, so I contacted CTU.
While we wait for official autopsy results, Jackson County officials say as of now there is no indication of foul play. However, Wells' family doesn't believe someone with his athletic ability could get caught in the water. I took the trip to Horn.
So that's it. That's it, huh? So that's the argument right there. This is the argument right here.
Jackson County officials say as of now there is no indication of foul play. However, Wells' family doesn't believe someone with his athletic ability could get caught in the water. I took the trip to Horn Island today and spoke to someone who's familiar with the area.
Did they think that he could swim from right here, Horn Island, to probably one of these other islands or back to the mainland? They think that they could have swam to this island over here. That's a cool little swim right there. One island, right here.
To learn about the potential risk of getting in the water. County officials say as of now, while we wait for official autopsy results, Jackson County officials say as of now there is no indication of foul play. However, Wells' family doesn't believe someone with his athletic ability could get caught in the water. I took the trip to Horn Island today and spoke to someone who's familiar with the area to learn about the potential risk of getting in the water.
Hundreds, even thousands of families a year find their way out here on Horn Island, just enjoying its beauty and having a wonderful summer day, making the most of it. For lots of people, it feels like a second home, and with that second home comes security. But just because we feel secure doesn't mean danger is not around the corner.
A trip out to the island on a hot day is enticing, but the cool water that draws us out is not always so peaceful.
Yeah, there's always the risk of the current, especially towards the very tip of the island, probably the last 500 yards or more of the island. That current can rip really fast through there. And
Chris Barlow is very familiar with the waters around Horn Island. He was born and raised in Ocean Springs, and for the past 10 years has been the captain of a charter boat. Over the years, he's gotten used to potentially hazardous water, but when he goes, he does not drop his guard.
You know, you might be in 3 foot of water and swim out a little bit or walk out, and as soon as it drops off, that current will take you. It's happened to me, it's happened to friends, and we're always watching for the kids out there and everything else, but that current can be strong.
On top of the current and steep drop-off is boat traffic. Boaters riding by the island can send waves all the way to the shore, and in the case of July 4th, Barlow recalls an impressive amount of vessels.
There was boats side by side for a long distance on the north and south side of the island, but there was boats at some point 5-10 deep side by side, but guesstimating there was probably somewhere between 500 and 800 boats. And you got to think every boat's going to have 5 to 10 people on it, so there could have been 4,000 to 8,000 people there just guessing, you know.
Each of these factors on its own can make water difficult to traverse, but all of them together can create a serious threat. According to Ben Crump, the results from the independent autopsy are expected to be back by Friday.
This morning, we're continuing to follow the investigation to the death of 18-year-old Nolan Wells on Horn Island on July 4th and what's to come next. Tomorrow, there will be a press conference in New York with the family, attorney Ben Crump, and Reverend Al Sharpton. And it'll be starting at 11 our time and plans to call for a full and transparent investigation. An autopsy was performed by the state medical examiner, but now civil rights attorney Ben Crump says that Wells' body is being flown to Washington, D.C. for an independent autopsy. Meanwhile, speculation on social media continues after Wells disappeared during the 4th of July outing with friends on Horn Island. Crump says that his team is conducting its own investigation, citing what he calls Mississippi's past.
One thing, we're trying to be very transparent because the family has some concerns about the state of Mississippi doing an investigation of the death of a young black man where young white students may be looked at as having some culpability. So the family is concerned about that. So we're going to have an independent autopsy. We have investigators talking to witnesses that have no alignment or no allegiance to the state. And that's important, Lindsay. When you think about Mississippi and the history of Mississippi, you know, this is the state where Emmett Till was lynched.
Crump says that he doesn't know if something sinister happened to Nolan, but he and the family intend to find out. Meanwhile, the community is also continuing to mourn today. Wells' former football coach, Tracy Lampley, remembering the teenager as someone who has had a bright future and made everyone smile.
The smile he had was $1 million smile, and he just made everybody around him, man, just happy and better. It's a devastating moment for everybody that know Nolan and, you know, just love Nolan. And, man, we all got to come together and be strong for Nolan.
Ocean Springs High and Southwest Community College making statements and releasing those, and you can find all that on our website, WLOX.com.
We're learning new details tonight on what happened in the hours leading up to the death of Nolan Wells, which has sparked national headlines.
We know now that a call was made to the Coast Guard around 11 p.m. on July 4th by a friend of Nolan's. Wells had gone out to Horn Island with a group, but didn't return with them. He was found dead just off the island Monday morning. We're working to learn more on the details of the call that was made Saturday night. However, we know the Jackson County Sheriff's Office did not request Coast Guard assistance until around 12 p.m. the next day.
The Mississippi NAA.
There's just too many steps to finding a therapist. It takes 5 minutes.
Becoming a nurse is closer than you think. WGU's pre-licensure BSN program combines flexible online courses.
Meanwhile, the community is also continuing to mourn today. Wells' former football coach, Tracy Lampley, remembering the teenager as someone who has had a bright future and made everyone smile. Meanwhile, the community is also continuing. This morning, we're continuing to follow the investigation to the death of 18-year-old Nolan Wells on Horn Island.
Lynched.
Crump says he doesn't know if something sinister happened to Nolan, but he and the family intend to find out. Meanwhile, the community is also continuing to mourn today. Wells' former football coach, Tracy Lampley, remembering the teenager as someone who has had a bright future and made everyone smile.
The smile he had was $1 million smile, and he just made everybody around him, man, just happy and better. It's a devastating moment for everybody that know Nolan and, you know, just love Nolan. And, man, we all got to come together and be strong for Nolan.
Ocean Springs High and Southwest Community College making statements and releasing those, and you can find all that on our website, WLOX.com.
We're learning new details tonight on what happened in the hours leading up to the death of Nolan Wells, which has sparked national headlines.
We know now that a call was made to the Coast Guard around 11 p.m. on July 4th by a friend of Nolan's. Wells had gone out to Horn Island with a group, but didn't return with them. He was found dead just off the island Monday morning. We're working to learn more on the details of the call that was made Saturday night. However, we know the Jackson County Sheriff's Office did not request Coast Guard assistance until around 12 p.m. the next day.
Now that's interesting. You know, that's the one spot within the investigation or the case where I'm like, you know, because he called the Coast Guard at Warren. Nolan friend called the Coast Guard at 11. The mama, so he called the mama around 11. He called the mama around 11. Got permission to be able to, I guess, call the Coastal Guard. So that's when he called around 11. But she didn't call the police until around 12. So I wonder what happened in that whole hour as far as what she was doing, if they still was communicating in between that, what happened in between that hour and that 12 o'clock that she called the police. And then why didn't the police reach out to the Coastal Guard until 12 o'clock the next, I ain't gonna say the next day, but 12 more hours from when the mama had reached out to them?
Mississippi NAA.
Found dead just off the island Monday morning. We're working to learn more on the details of the call that was made Saturday night. However, we know the Jackson County Sheriff's Office did not request Coast Guard assistance until around 12 p.m. the next day.
The Mississippi NAA.
This is WLOX News Now at 6. Your news for South Mississippi starts now.
Tonight, the mother of Nolan Wells pleading to social media, calling for the removal of AI-generated photos and videos that are further blurring the lines of fact and fiction.
New at 6, the U.S. Coast Guard clarifying the timeline of notification. Investigative reporter Noah Noble sorting through these new developments for us tonight. And so, Noah, let's start with the posts about AI.
Hugh, Nolan Wells' mom, Christine Wansley, with this stark message for the people who created those AI videos. For God's sake, please respect our privacy.
The grieving mother says these two videos are AI generated and should be reported as fake. Her plea coming as the family prepares for a highly anticipated news conference in New York set for Friday morning with civil rights attorney Ben Crump and the Reverend Al Sharpton. They're calling for a full and transparent investigation and the timely release of all investigative records and findings. And tonight, a correction from the Coast Guard. The military branch now confirming a friend of the teen contacted the Coast Guard on the night of July 4th around 11 p.m. That's an hour before Nolan Wells' mom reported the teen missing to Jackson County Sheriff's Office. The Coast Guard did not release exactly what the caller reported, but said the initial notification did not require Coast Guard assistance.
Now, that's something that we're going to have to look into. I'm definitely going to have to do a deep dive on that right there.
Jackson County Sheriff's Office. The Coast Guard did not release exactly what the caller reported, but said the initial notification did not require Coast Guard.
And just like I said, shout out to Brandon Tatum for going to go get that, for going to go get that piece of the puzzle, because, we heard what Warren was talking about to the Coast Guard when he called, and we're going to check that out.
Guard assistance. On July 5th, Coast Guard air crews were called in to help with search efforts around 12:30 p.m.
The state's autopsy on Nolan Wells was done on Monday, but the results of all those tests are not done yet, so no official cause of death has been released. Wells' body was released to his family on Tuesday. Attorney Ben Crump said the results from an independent autopsy will be released Friday.
You know what stinks? Not this.
Your trash won't make you gag. Say hello to perfume. No more smells, no more risks. Now we love trash too.
Soon we could learn more about what led to the death of 18-year-old Nolan Wells. Results from an independent autopsy are expected to be back sometime today.
That's right. Nolan's family will also be joining attorney Ben Crump and Reverend Al Sharpton in New York for a press conference today. This all comes as speculation on social media continues to grow, with many advocacy groups calling for a full and transparent investigation. Wells had gone out to Horn Island with a group, but didn't return with him. He was found dead just off the island Monday morning, and we called that a call was made. We learned later that a call was made to the Coast Guard around 11 p.m. on July 4th by a friend of Nolan's.
And we're hoping to find out more on the details of that call that was made Saturday night. But we do know the Jackson County Sheriff's Office did not request Coast Guard assistance until around noon the next day.
We're working towards the same goal as the family. Okay. We want a thorough investigation. We're trying to find out everything. Also, we are providing a thorough, professional, and accurate investigation. That's what we're going to continue to do until we arrive at the answers that the family deserves.
Now, this press conference will be held today at 11 a.m. and it will be streamed on our website, WLOX.com. And you can also watch an interview with the Wells family on Good Morning America at 7:30 following our newscast here on GMM.
All right, so I want to be clear with this one thing, because I know you mentioned before. Is there any?
So that was all the news, the local news within their area, South Mississippi, Biloxi, Pascagoula, all that down there. That's their local news. So we got all the local news from what the local news know. So we done found out that they said that they heard that he was supposed to hop on another boat, that he was going to another island, that he tried to swim to another boat, that he tried to walk to the middle of the island. He was last seen on the northeast tip, found on the northwest tip 2 days later. So one thing that I thought that was interesting, like I just got done pointing out, was Warren saying that he called at 11 o'clock. And what was that call about? You know what I'm saying? Because the Coast Guard said, well, the call that we did get, it didn't prompt us, for us to go out there and go do nothing. So we first look and see what exactly was he talking about whenever he did call, and try to get that piece of the puzzle.
Any chance or any knowledge that you have that anybody deleted stuff from his phone?
I mean, Nolan was like a brother to me. Nolan lit up every room he walked in. 4th of July, everybody was out there. Nolan rode out on the Triton, and then we had a Palm Beach, 18 Palm Beach. There was 4 guys on that. The rest of the group, which was ranged from maybe 10 to 15 or 16 people on my buddy's tide line.
Yeah, so y'all pretty much having a good time. And then you guys get ready to leave prematurely.
Right.
And explain that, because you guys got there around 10.
Yeah.
It's now 4:30.
Right.
People are still out there partying, and
Correct.
they're having a good time, but something happened to where it necessitated you guys to get the boat up and running. Can you explain that?
Yeah. So I had a girl come up to me and say, "Hey, your brother just got in a fight." And obviously I have a younger brother, and that's who she was talking about. And I was freaked out. So I walked over to the beach, and I didn't walk over. I ran over. I made a beeline. I didn't talk to anybody, put my drink down and walked over there. And my brother was kind of angry, and, there was a lot going on, but someone was getting pulled away. I don't know who it was. And my brother was like, "Oh, I just got in a fight." And this guy punched me in the face, and I punched him right back. And then went to the ground, and my brother put him in an arm bar. And
was Nolan involved in any of this?
Absolutely not. When I was over there, it was a bunch of younger guys like my brother's age, and I mean, Nolan. I never saw Nolan over there.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. And okay, sorry, I just lost my train of thought.
So you get ready to go. There's an issue with the boat.
Okay, yeah.
And this is
Well,
what
this led up to that. That's what I'm saying.
So the fight happened with your brother, or a little scuffle. You know, I'm assuming that it was cleared up.
Right.
You got your brother out of that situation, and then how did you find out that this boat is sinking?
Well, I walk back over, and like we're probably around each other for a little bit. I mean, you know, I wasn't thinking anything of it. I pulled my brother off the beach, and I was just like, listen, get in the water, hang out with us, calm down. I mean, he was calm, but I didn't want anything else to happen, you know? And so once I got back over the boat, I got on the Triton, and the Triton had probably about 6 inches of water up to the transom. And I was freaked out because I'm good friends with Wyatt, and that was his boat. And, you know, no water's coming out, no access water's coming out. And, you know, it was a big issue because I think the reason was because there were so many people getting on and off the boat. And at some point, the boat was very, very crowded, and there was just a lot of people on. So that it drags water in. And eventually, I think over time, we were out there for a couple hours. The boat just started filling up with water. So I popped the starboard side hatch, and the battery was completely underwater. And so the motor wouldn't trim down. I mean, my buddy would go to trim it down from the console, and it'd trim down, and then it'd come right back up. And so Wyatt's trying to throw a rear anchor, so we're caught, and he's, you know, yelling at people. Everybody's kind of freaking out. And eventually I'm like yelling at other people, trying to tell them, you know, calm down. Like, you know, the boat could possibly sink, you know, and I'm not paying attention to everyone around me. I was paying attention to my buddy's boat. And that's what all my other friends that were on that boat were doing, trying to solve the problem.
Oh, hi, I'm Liberty Bibberty, and I'm here to tell everyone about Liberty Mutual's great coverage and...
So you're on the boat now. The water is getting up to the point where the boat may be disabled to where you couldn't get it out from Horn Island. So what happens after that?
Wyatt jumps to the water, tries to throw a rear anchor, and my buddy Meyer, you're sitting looking, trying to pull trash out the bilge. And the bilge is basically a pump that pulls the access water out the boat. So the bilge was failing to work. So any excess water was just sitting in the boat. It wasn't getting pumped out. And I looked over the gunnel, and I looked at the release hole for the bilge, and it was even with the water. So, I mean, we're all freaking out. All of our, you know, we're not focused on anything else other than the boat. Well, then eventually my buddy Bart on the tide line is like, I'm going to pull y'all out to where we're out of all this, you know, all this chaos. Cause we left at 4:30, and there were still just as many people there, if not more than when we got there. I mean, probably around the same amount. I mean, it was crazy. Like, there was a lot of people. And, I mean, eventually Bart pulls us out. You know, we left at 4:30, but we really weren't pulled out away from everybody. We were probably about a quarter mile out, and we had the towing strap pulled from, you know, Bart's port side cleat or starboard side cleat, and he was on our starboard side bow. And so it was rubbing on his power pole. So Bart turned around, pulled up next to our boat, and we were just trying to get it situated. So that's when Wyatt called Cito. And Wyatt was like, you know, calls them, because the cell service isn't great at the island, but once you can use your phone, but stuff might not just send. And like, I mean, it's not great. You know, you got maybe one bar, it won't work that well. But once you get a little off the island, you have cell coverage. And even on the island, like I called my mom when we were on the island, you know, it was fine. Like we had, you know, enough cell coverage to make a phone call or shoot.
Now, I thought that was interesting right there when you said that he called his mom when he was on the island. but everybody supposedly had their phones on the boat. You know what I'm saying? Like, they really don't be having their phones out like that. And they be on the island, they be on the boat. So, and then, plus they don't really get no good signals and stuff out there. So, that was kind of interesting for him to say that he called his mama and kind of pointed that out. But at the same time, everybody's phone's supposed to be on the boat.
You text over, but you don't have enough cell coverage to like send a picture, for example. So what?
So I want to go back.
Yeah,
so I want to touch on that real quick because the phone thing came up at some point. And so was it when you guys got off the boat?
Yeah.
I mean, were people taking their phones off the boat, or is that not typical? Because I know that Nolan's phone was left on the boat,
right?
Even though after you guys had left. So can you explain that? Because I think people need to understand this a little clearer.
Yeah.
Was it typical for people to have their phones left on boats, or did they keep their phones in the water? Or?
Yeah. I mean, everybody kind of goes out to the island to get away from, their phones and everything else. I know I got on the boat to get away from, just the regular world. And no, when you're waist deep in water, no one's carrying their phone in their hand, especially at Horn Island. The water has been very, very murky because of the rain. And when it's just very risky. If you're going to have your phone in the water, some people might for a couple minutes and like maybe taking some pictures of each other. I know a lot of girls like to take pictures in the water at Horn Island. Guys do too. Like people like to take pictures, and but a lot of the pictures you see are on the boat for a reason. And so, no, I mean, if someone is on their phone in the water, they're using it real quick and then putting it right back on the boat. We were all waist deep in water. No one's sitting there scrolling on their phone. I never saw that once, and I've never seen that once. And I've been out the Highland my whole life. I mean, that's just not something people do. People aren't on their phones, and everybody has their phone, yes, but it's always on the boat. No one's getting off the boat with their phone. So,
and so you guys get ready to leave out of there, getting towed out.
Yeah.
And then where's Nolan in this situation?
Well, Nolan was, the last time I saw Nolan was 3:00, and Nolan was cradling a girl in his arms, Katie, Katie. And Katie, Nolan was sitting there, and the last time I saw him, I looked at Nolan.
So it's 3:00 when Warren seen Nolan with Katie. You know what I'm saying? They was hugged up, booed up. So it's 3:00 whenever you see Nolan with Katie booed up.
And Nolan, Katie, a girl in his arms, Katie, Katie. And Katie, Nolan was sitting there, and the last time I saw him, I looked at Nolan, and Nolan was like shaking his head, laughing, and I was like, dude, you crazy. I was like just joking with him. And but anyway, Nolan, that was the last time I laid eyes on him. But when we were leaving, obviously no one is getting left at the island that came with us unless they demanded to, be there and asked, this is a very common thing at Horn Island. When you're out there, a lot of people ride out there with someone and in with somebody else all the time. I've done that 100 times. It's a very common thing. But Nolan was sitting by the boat with that Katie girl, and my buddy yelled for Nolan, get on the boat. We're leaving. The boat's having issues. And no, he didn't say that, but he was panicking. Nolan, get the F on the boat. Get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. I'm going to ride in with somebody else. And it's not uncommon to hear, but it's not like my buddy asked him one time. My buddy asked Nolan multiple times to get on the boat. Nolan, get on the boat. Get on the boat. We're leaving. If you're coming, you got to come now. And Nolan made a decision to stay out on the island. And like he said,
how many people heard that? Were there just
at least
just a
5
few, or?
Everyone that was on our boat right there, because the Palm Beach had already left. My buddy went ahead and went home on the Palm Beach, and 3 guys on the way back. And Nolan wasn't the only person to ride out there with us and in with somebody else. I mean, we had multiple people in our group that rode out with us and rode in on someone else's boat. And that, like I said, that's not an uncommon thing to do. You know, I mean, a lot of people do that. I could name probably 50 people out there that day that ran out with somebody and ran back in with somebody else. So, I mean, it's not like it's an uncommon thing, but it's not like we just left him there or my friends just left him there. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island after my friends asked him multiple times and told him to get on the boat, and he decided to stay.
And I heard the girl that he was with, Katie, had text somebody that she heard people yelling
for
Nolan to get on it. Is that true?
And I have a picture of that. She texted my buddy, and the next day everybody was panicking and everybody's texting Katie, you know, because she was obviously seen with Nolan the whole day at the island. Katie sent a message to my buddy the next day and
seen the whole day. Now he could. Now is he being extra out right there? Is he being extra out right there when you say the whole day? Because if they caked up the whole day from the time they kind of got there, I ain't gonna say exactly at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, as soon as they got there. But let's say from like 1 to 3 o'clock from when you seen them, and 4:30. Okay, from 1 to 4:30, they booed up. You know what I'm saying? Like they, you know what I'm saying? Like they, you know how it kind of be. You know what I'm saying? So when did she depart from Nolan? You know what I'm saying? When did she see Nolan last? Because they all booed up. That would be the person that really knows what happened to Nolan because he booed up with him.
said, you know, this is the last time I saw him, you know, he's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. And she was right there to see that Nolan decided not to.
Yeah. And so you guys get in the boat, you start to get towed in, and you make it back. Now explain how did you get.
He sent a message to my buddy the next day, and after my friends asked him multiple times and told him if people at least 5 to, I mean, everyone that was on our girl and there, a lot of people ride out there with someone and in with somebody else all the time. I've done that 100 times. And Nolan
getting towed out.
Yeah.
And then where's Nolan in this situation?
Well, Nolan was, the last time I saw Nolan was 3 o'clock. And Nolan was cradling a girl in his arms, Katie, Katie. And Katie, Nolan was sitting there. And the last time I saw him, I looked at Nolan, and Nolan was like shaking his head, laughing. And I was like, dude, you crazy. I was like, just joking with him. And, but anyway, Nolan, that was the last time I laid eyes on him. But when we were leaving, obviously, eyes with Nolan and Nolan was sitting there. And the last time I saw him, I looked at Nolan, and Nolan.
So that's what I'm saying. Was that an edit right there on that part right there? You know what I'm saying? Like, why did they take the camera off of Warren during this moment right here, though?
A girl in his arms, Katie, Katie. And Katie, Nolan was sitting there. And the last time I saw him, I looked at Nolan, and Nolan was like shaking his head, laughing. And I was like, dude, you crazy. I was like, just joking with him. And, but anyway, Nolan, that was the last time.
So was that an edit right there? Was that an edit right there?
I laid eyes on him. But when we were leaving, obviously, no one is getting left at the island that came with us. And I was like, dude, you crazy. I was like, just joking with Nolan. And Nolan was like shaking his head, laughing. And I was like, dude, you crazy. I was like, just joking with him. And, but anyway, Nolan, that was the last time I laid eyes on him. But when we were leaving, obviously, no one is getting left at the island that came with us unless they demanded to, be there and asked, this is a very common thing at Horn Island. When you're out there, a lot of people ride out there with someone and in with somebody else all the time. I've done that 100 times. It's a very common thing, but Nolan was sitting by the boat with that Katie girl, and my buddy yelled for Nolan, get on the boat. We're leaving. The boat's having issues. And no, he didn't say that, but he was panicking. Nolan, get the F on the boat. Get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. I'm going to ride in with somebody else. And it's not uncommon to hear, but it's not like my buddy asked him one time. My buddy asked Nolan multiple times to get on the boat. Nolan, get on the boat. Get on the boat. We're leaving. If you're coming, you got to come now. And Nolan made a decision to stay out on the island. And like he said,
how many people heard that? Were there
at least
just a
5
few,
to, everyone that was on our boat right there, because the Palm Beach had already left. My buddy went ahead and went home on the Palm Beach, and 3 guys on the way back. And Nolan wasn't the only person to ride out there with us and in with somebody else. We had multiple people in our group that rode out with us and rode in on someone else's boat. And that, like I said, that's not an uncommon thing to do. A lot of people do that. I could name probably 50 people out there that day that ran out with somebody and ran back in with somebody else. So, it's not like it's an uncommon thing, but it's not like we just left him there or my friends just left him there. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island after my friends asked him multiple times and told him to get on the boat, and he decided to stay.
And I heard the girl that he was with, Katie, had text somebody that she heard people yelling for Nolan to get on. Is that true?
And I have a picture of that. She texted my buddy, and the next day everybody was panicking and everybody's texting Katie, because she was obviously seen with Nolan the whole day at the island. Katie sent a message to my buddy the next day and said, this is the last time I saw him, he's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. And she was right there to see that Nolan decided not to.
Yeah. And so you guys get in the boat, you start to get towed in, and you make it back. Now explain how that you get to the point where you were concerned about Nolan, because obviously you said, hey, Nolan, y'all need to, or somebody, not
when
you,
did I get
but
to that point?
You guys had made mention Nolan need to get on a boat.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Yeah.
You guys get back to wherever you're going.
Right.
Explain that. Did you guys go back to somebody's house, or you guys like what happened there? And then when did you feel like, well, wait a minute, where's Nolan?
Right. Okay. Well, running in was very chaotic. Nolan chose to stay on the island, so my focus wasn't on anything else other than the boat, because if the boat doesn't get in, then no one gets in. I don't want to sink out there on my buddy's boat, and no one does. But my buddy Wyatt jumped out and pulled the plug on the boat once we kind of got out there, because he got the motor to trim down, and the motor trimmed down. My buddy Wyatt pulled the plug and we planed off. We moved all the way to the front of the boat so we could plane off, and eventually we planed off and the boat was running. So when you're planed off and you have water in the boat and you're hauling, we're going pretty fast. We're going probably 40, 42 miles an hour. And so all that excess water that was built up in the boat is coming out of the boat. So, that's what we had to do. So we ran into Fort Bayou, and we didn't just run straight to my buddy's grandparents' house. We ran into Fort Bayou. A couple of us jumped in the water, and the whole reason for the stop was to,
hold on, my bad. Let me bring this back. You talking about?
No one does, but
he didn't. Yeah. You guys get back to wherever you're going.
There to see that Nolan decided not to. He's really sweet. But she also, the next day, everybody was panicking.
Had text somebody.
My friends just left him there and ran back in with somebody else. So, it's not like it's an uncommon thing, but it's not like we just left him there, or my friends just left him there. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island after my friends asked him multiple times and told him to get on the boat, and he decided to stay.
And I heard the girl that he was with, Katie, had text somebody that she heard people yelling
correct
for Nolan to get on it. Is that true?
And I have a picture of that. She texted my buddy, and the next day everybody was panicking and everybody's texting Katie, because she was obviously seen with Nolan the whole day at the island. Katie sent a message to my buddy the next day and said, this is the last time I saw him, he's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. And she was right there to see that Nolan decided not to.
Yeah. And so you guys get in the boat, you start to get towed in, and you make it back. Now explain how that you get to the point where you were concerned about Nolan, because obviously you said, "Hey, Nolan, y'all need to," or somebody, not
when
you,
did I get
but
to that point?
You guys had made mention Nolan need to get on a boat.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Yeah.
You guys get back to wherever you're going.
Right.
Explain that. Did you guys go back to somebody's house, or you guys like what happened there? And then when did you feel like, well, wait a minute, where's Nolan?
Right. Okay. Well, running in was very chaotic. I mean, Nolan chose to stay on the island, so my focus wasn't on anything else other than the boat, because if the boat doesn't get in, then no one gets in. I don't want to sneak out there on my buddy's boat, and no one does. But my buddy Wyatt jumped out and pulled the plug on the boat once we kind of got out there, because he got the motor to trim down. And the motor trimmed down, my buddy Wyatt pulled the plug, and we planed off. We moved all the weight to the front of the boat so we could plane off. And eventually we planed off, and the boat was running. So when you're planed off and you have water in the boat and you're hauling, we're going pretty fast. We're going probably 40, 42 miles an hour. And so all that excess water that was built up in the boat is coming out of the boat. So, I mean, that's what we had to do. So we ran into Fort Bayou, and we didn't just run straight to my buddy's grandparents' house. We ran into Fort Bayou. A couple of us jumped in the water, and Wyatt, the whole reason for the stop was so Wyatt could hop in and put the plug back in the boat. So then after that, we went and docked it, and I went back to my buddy's house, and we ate and napped for a little bit. It was a long day at the island, so we were all tired. And eventually, we go over to a girlfriend of mine. She was having people over for 4th of July. We were doing fireworks and stuff, so we all went over there to swim and hang out. And
this infamous picture that I've seen online of Nolan in the water in the swimming pool.
Yeah.
Where is this picture associated with? Because you said you guys went back to swim. Nolan wasn't with you.
Yeah.
So where's this picture at? What is it? What's the context around the picture that's been floating?
That picture is taken on June 27th, a week before the 4th of July. We all went to a friend of ours in Pass Christian. We have a lot of friends from Bay St. Louis, Pass Christian. We all went over there to hang out, and
And Nolan was in that picture.
Nolan was in that picture, and if you look in the picture, my arm is around Nolan in that picture. And I mean, that was a week before the 4th of July, so that picture is not associated within even the same. I mean, that was a week before, so yeah.
So you guys are now at swimming and having a good time at a lady friend's house.
Right. I never got to the pool. I talked to her dad for a while, and I mean, all my friends were downstairs. I went upstairs, talked to her dad. We were talking about boats and stuff, and I've been with my friends all day. I was just talking to everybody, but
so you talked to the young lady's dad, and then how long was it before you realized, or you guys realized that, well, where's Nolan at?
I mean, I went back downstairs, and all my friends were just hanging out, and my buddy Wyatt had addressed, talking about Nolan, and I was like, well, where is Nolan? Have y'all heard from him? And he was like, no, we haven't. And I was like, okay, well, it's a little concerning. I mean, I'm not freaking out or anything, but I'm trying to find out where Nolan is. So I texted Javon, and I was like, hey, and also a couple other buddies that I had at the island. I was like, hey, have y'all seen Nolan? Did he ride in with y'all? And all the buddies were like, no. Well, I texted Javon, and I was like, hey, can you send me Miss Christine's number? Because I haven't heard from Nolan. And if she hasn't heard from Nolan, then I'm calling the Coast Guard. And so eventually, Javon sends me her number.
Who is her? That's
Miss Christine.
Miss Christine is
Nolan's mom.
Nolan's mom.
Yeah. And I walked down to the dock because, I mean, there was a lot of people at Ava's. Not a lot, but, there was probably 15 of our friends there. And I was just like, walked down to the dock with a couple of my buddies, and I got on the phone I called Miss Christine, called her the first time. She didn't answer. I called her a second time, and I got on the phone with her, and I asked her if she had heard from Nolan. She said no. And I said, all right, well, don't freak out. I'm going to call the Coast Guard. And this was at about 11 o'clock.
So what's your intent in calling the Coast Guard, right? Because right now, Nolan could be with a chick. He could be with somebody else.
Right.
He could have gone back with somebody else. What made you concerned enough that you felt like you couldn't weigh it out anymore? You had to call the Coast Guard.
Well, I mean, like I said, my friends and I have been on the water our whole life. Stuff happens. People die all the time. I know people that have died out there. And, it's a fun place to be, but it's also a very, very dangerous place to be if you're not handling it right. And Nolan, so I hadn't heard from him. And obviously, I'm thinking I'd way rather be safe than sorry. I mean, I would rather call the Coast Guard 100 times and lose my mind over it, and my buddy be okay, than, not, and me not know where he is and him not be okay. And so I called the Coast Guard, and I talked to them on the phone for like 20 minutes, gave him a description, what Nolan was wearing.
He talked to him for 20 minutes, but it didn't prompt an investigation. Remember, we got that on the news report. But he's saying that he talked to them for 20 minutes and it didn't prompt an investigation. And the police department didn't call on them, or they didn't hook up with the police department until 12:30 the next day. So this is 11 o'clock at night. The next day, 12:30, that's when they hooked up with the police about the situation. Is that too far? What all happened in between that time frame?
And me not know where he is and him not be okay. And so I called the Coast Guard, and I talked to them on the phone for like 20 minutes, gave him a description, what Nolan was wearing, the last place we were at, the last time I saw him, who were we with, what boat we were on, the conditions of the water, just a summary. And I called Miss Christine back after, and I talked to her, and I said, I got in contact with the Coast Guard. I'm not sure who she called or, what she did, but I think she said she was going to make a couple phone calls to either DMR or Jackson County Sheriff's Office. And I was thinking worst case scenario. Like, I would way rather be safe than sorry about this,
Yeah, so you called. So it seems like you called mom immediately.
Right.
Probably the first phone call that she got from anybody.
That's the first phone call, like, at least I made. And I would assume that's the first phone call she got from anybody, because Javon hadn't called her. And, there's nothing wrong with that, but Javon hadn't called her. And, I was just worried about my friend. Stuff happens out there, boat problems, it could be anything. But, there's a lot of stuff that happens out there, and I was just worried about my friend.
And so you guys made that call, nothing that night. And I'm assuming you wake up the next day, and then what happened?
But I wonder what would make him wonder death automatically at 11 o'clock if they last supposedly had a conversation when his partners, he didn't see him until 3, but his partners and them had a conversation at 4:30 with him. It's 11 o'clock, and you automatically think death? You automatically think the worst? Hold on, let me bring that back, because that was kind of crazy.
And me not know where he is and him not be okay. Only if you're not handling it right. And Nolan, so I hadn't heard from him, and obviously I'm thinking I'd way rather be safe than handling it.
Enough that you felt like you couldn't weigh it out anymore. You had to call the Coast Guard.
Well, like I said, my friends and I have been on the water our whole life. Stuff happens. People die all the time. I know people that have died out there. And, it's a fun place to be, but it's also a very, very dangerous place to be if you're not handling it right.
How did he automatically just go straight to there? You know what I'm saying? It was death at 11 o'clock. go try to find his body at 11 o'clock. Now that's suspicious right there.
And Nolan, so I hadn't heard from him, and obviously I'm thinking I'd way rather be safe than sorry. I mean, I would rather call the Coast Guard 100 times and lose my mind over it, my buddy be okay, than, not, and me not know where he is and him not be okay. And so I called the Coast Guard and I talked to them on the phone for like 20 minutes, gave him a description, what Nolan was wearing, the last place we were at, the last time I saw him, who were we with, what boat we were on, the conditions of the water, just a summary. And I called Miss Christine back after and I talked to her and I said, I got in contact with the Coast Guard. I'm not sure who she called or, what she did, but I think she said she was going to make a couple phone calls to either DMR or Jackson County Sheriff's Office. And I was thinking worst case scenario. I would way rather be safe than sorry about this,
Yeah, so you called. So it seems like you called mom immediately.
Right.
Probably the first phone call that she got from anybody.
That's the first phone call, at least I made. And I would assume that's the first phone call she got from anybody because Javon hadn't called her. And, there's nothing wrong with that, but Javon hadn't called her. And, I was just worried about my friend. Stuff happens out there, boat problems. It could be anything. But, there's a lot of stuff that happens out there. And I was just worried about my friend.
And so you guys made that call, nothing that night. And I'm assuming you wake up the next day, and then what happens?
I wake up the next day at about 7:30, and my dad had texted me because obviously Nolan's photo was all over Facebook, and I just saw it everywhere, and I was freaked out because I was like, oh my gosh, I assumed Nolan's just, we had been drinking all day and that he's just sleeping somewhere and, that he's okay. But I didn't want to believe that if we didn't know for sure. So, next day I woke up and my stepdad walked to my room and he said, hey, have they heard anything about Nolan? What's going on? Cause I hadn't spoke to him and he was like, I was like, yeah, no, I don't know. I had just gotten up and he was like, all right, well, we're going and getting on the boat and looking for him. And I was like, okay, yeah. So I got my buddy Ricky, I got my buddy Brooks, I got my buddy Jax. My mom came on the boat with my stepdad and I, and we all went out there and looked. When I got out there was dozens of DMR boats, helicopters, planes flying over Horn Island. And this wasn't just Horn Island. There was also Ship Island they were looking at, I'm sure, and Chandelier Island, Petty Boy. It wasn't just Horn Island specifically, but where I was at Horn, there were boats everywhere, and not just random boats, but marine resource boats and, cops and, the whole nine. It wasn't there was just a couple boats looking for Nolan. There was planes and helicopters and, everybody. So.
And then after this, obviously they didn't find Nolan that day.
Right.
And so what was your reaction like when you heard the news, or how did you hear the news that they found Nolan's body?
Well,
at Papa John's, better doesn't happen by accident. It happens by hand. The epic pepperoni stuffed crust pizza is back with cheese and pepperoni expertly hand rolled into our fresh, never frozen original dough.
Well, the next day, it got to be about 1 o'clock on July 5th. And I was like, my mind started to turn. I was like, man, if he's not awake yet, where is he? I got very, very worried. And, I was with my buddy Brooks the next day and we're driving and my buddies were texting my group chat. They were like, hey, listen. And then I got a phone call from my buddy Trace and he was like, hey man, they just found his body. And I was like, I wanted to have hope, but it was really, really hard to have hope when they haven't found your buddy in the last 2 days. And, but there's still a little bit of hope there, maybe, he's not gone and maybe, he's okay. But my reaction was just, I was with my buddy Brooks and I broke down. I haven't experienced death a lot, but especially with someone I'm as close with as Nolan. And I mean, I broke down, and I sat there on my buddy Brooks' shoulder and I cried, and I was upset. I made a couple phone calls to my buddies and checked up on my buddies because, you know, I care about my buddies too. I mean, like, we're all experienced this. Like, we all realized at the same time. We all heard the news at the same time. Like, you know, he's gone. And so it was really, really hard on me. I mean, I've never experienced something like this, and it was traumatic. I mean, I could tell you where and when I was there, when I got that phone call, you know, where I was. And I just remember, like, it was insane. Like, I can't even put into words how upset I was, you know, and how upset my friends were. So.
And then comes the stories and the backlash and the craziness. I mean, you guys are now hearing that you're responsible for it. You did it. You killed Nolan. So what was the next step? Did you guys ever engage with police or?
Yeah. So the first time I talked to the police was July 7th. I talked to the lead investigator, and I told him my whole story, top to bottom, dotted every I, crossed every T. I told him everything I knew, every little detail. I mean, everything I could, you know, tell them to try to figure something out, you know.
Well, you don't want to talk to the cops or?
No, of course
some
not.
Other guys?
You know, every person that was included, especially, you know, the guys that you see on social media, everybody cooperated with the police fully. You know, Nolan was with us on the way out, and he rode out on the boats with us. So, I mean, we were the first people to get questioned. I mean, we cooperated with the police the first time they called us, and, you know, we talked to them, you know, as soon as they needed, and we were fully cooperative.
And we see Benjamin Crump coming to town, made it about race.
Right.
What's your feeling about that? Do you think that any of this has anything to do with race, or, because, I mean, obviously something happened to Nolan. It appears that you guys may not have been involved at all. When I say may not, it's no evidence that you were involved at all. Right. You guys had left. Right. But do you think that there's a racial component to any of this?
Of course not. I mean, I think if Nolan ever felt the most little bit uncomfortable around us, which we never gave him a reason to, but if he did, he wouldn't hang out around us. But if you go look on, you know, like, my friends have had Nolan posted all over our social medias, you know, since freshman year in high school. Like, if Nolan ever felt uncomfortable with us, why would he be hanging out with us all the time? I mean, every day we're back from college, we hang out and we're around each other all the time. So absolutely not. I would never look at Nolan any other way than I would any of my other friends. I mean, he was like a brother to me.
You guys had been interviewed by law enforcement. All of you guys have given statements. But then I think that there's a part associated with this that's being rumored out in the public, and that is the situation with the cell phone, potential deletion of messages. When did that occur, and what happened there?
I run a podcast solo. No producer, no editor, no tech skills, just Riverside. I get high quality.
I didn't come down here, do anything other but to get the truth. Did you kill Nolan? Did you have anything to do with Nolan's death? Did you delete anything out of Nolan's phone? People are still out there partying and they're having a good time, but something happened to where it necessitated you guys to get the boat up and running. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I'm like yelling at other people, trying to tell them, you know, calm down. Like, you know, the boat could possibly sink, you know, and Nolan was sitting by the boat with that Katie girl, and my buddy yelled for Nolan, get the F on the boat, get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. The next day, I got a phone call from my buddy Trace, and he was like, hey man, they just found his body. My reaction was just, I was with my buddy Brooks, and I broke down.
You guys had been interviewed by law enforcement. All of you guys have given statements. But then I think that there's a part associated with this that's being rumored out in the public, and that is the situation with the cell phone, potential deletion of messages, how the cell phone was retrieved. And I just want you to tell your side of this, because what we're getting from the media is that they literally had to, I don't know, coerce you guys into giving it back. You didn't know where it was at. You were hesitant to give the phone over, almost as they had to turn your wrist twist your arm just to give it back.
Right.
Well, what happened with the cell phone thing? So let's go back to the first engagement you had when it comes to the family or somebody coming back to get the cell phone and keys. When did that occur, and what happened there?
Okay, well, that night, about 12:30, I went back to my buddy's house.
And you said the night of the 4th?
The night of the 4th, but it was about 12:30, I would like to say. And so I went back to my buddy's house. So I stayed the night before, where we all met up, and stayed together the night before. And my buddy got a call from this guy, and the guy was like, oh, like, what's going on with all this Nolan stuff? Very aggravated. I mean, yeah, every right to be, but I mean, we were trying to calm him down, and like, he was just like, oh, like, where y'all at? My buddy said, we're at my buddy's house. And he said, all right. And then he just hung up. And so about 30 minutes later, I'd like to say, all of a sudden the door just got open and slammed. And there was a girl who walked in, and like probably about 8 or 9 guys behind her. And then another mom, which was Javon's mom. And
who's Javon? I want to put that in perspective. Who is Javon?
Javon is one of Nolan's good friends. He's a friend of mine too, like great guy. And his mom and their family is, very close with, the Wells family. And I mean, so I don't know why she was there, like what was going on, but I was very surprised about this. I was like, like you just basically like kick the door open and, bust up in the house with no knock or anything.
So is Javon black or white?
Javon's mixed. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I guess he's mixed.
Yeah.
So, but he's not white.
He's not white.
Just
white.
Yeah, or all white, I guess you might call it.
Yeah.
So then they come in the house. Do you know any of these people? And
I
you
know
said
some of the guys.
the mom, but do you know anybody else?
I've seen the mom before, and I know most of them. Most of the guys went to high school with me, and like I'm friends with some of the guys. I mean, I know some of them. So eventually, like things started to get heated, and I was just like a guy I was friends with in high school. He was like, "Man, come outside with me," and I was like, "All right." And I walked outside with him. He was like, "Man, I don't know why. Like they're panicking, and like this is just like I think Nolan's just on somebody's couch. He's been drinking all day. He's just messed up, and this is nothing that we have to worry about." And as much as I sat there and I told him, I was like, I agree. I would think he's on somebody's couch, just had been drinking all day and just drank too much and was super intoxicated. And that's kind of what a lot of us thought, but they were kind of losing it and they were going crazy. And the mom that was with them demanded Nolan's phone, because Nolan left the phone on the boat. And when we ran in, Nolan didn't ask for his phone, and his keys were not on the boat because his car was parked at my buddy's house where we had all slept, the night before the 4th. And so the keys were left at the house because Nolan's car was at my buddy's house where we stayed at. So of course he left his keys there. But his phone, I mean, he was drinking. He didn't have his phone in the water because no one did. And I mean, there was more than just Nolan's phone that wasn't on the boat with us.
So it was more than just Nolan's phone that was on the boat.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously had all our phones, but on the boat. But those weren't the only people. Like Nolan wasn't the only person that left a phone on the boat. There was a lot of people that left phones on the boat, not that didn't ride out or in with us. So we I mean, there was a couple phones that we had that we didn't know who they belonged to, and my buddies got that figured out, but it wasn't just Nolan's phone that was on the boat that who wasn't there. There was a lot of phones.
So when they barged in, they started getting frantic. The mom asked for Nolan's phone.
Right.
Was there a struggle over it, or did you guys hand it over?
I mean, just handed it over. I mean, we didn't think anything of it. Like, she asked for Nolan's phone. We knew they were close friends with, the Wells family, and my buddy went out to his truck and handed the phone over. No complications, no issue, nothing. But I mean, I told Miss Christine that we had his phone and he had left it in our possession on the boat.
When did you? Miss Christine is Nolan's mom.
Correct.
When did you talk to her about that?
When I was on, no, I didn't talk to her once. Like it was like 12:30. I mean, I might have texted her a couple times and like talked briefly about a couple things, but I told her on the phone before I called the Coast Guard that we had Nolan's phone. Before I called Miss Christine, I asked, I was like, oh, well, where's his location at? Because Nolan has his Snapchat location on for me. And he said, it's Wyatt said it's, in my truck. Like, because everybody who left stuff on the boat, it was Wyatt's boat. So Wyatt put it in his truck, like it was normal. And so the phone was in possession in Wyatt's truck. And when that mom came over and asked for it, there was no issue at all with us giving the phone to her. I mean, Nolan just left it on the boat. We handed the phone to her that night of the 4th of July.
And did you guys go through the phone or?
Of course not. I mean, none of us had a reason to go through Nolan's phone. I mean, there's multiple phones on the boat. Why would it be? And the boat was having issues. Why would our concern be getting on Nolan's phone or something? I mean, I don't even know Nolan's password. None of my friends do. We had no reason ever to get on Nolan's phone and look at anything. I didn't even touch Nolan's phone. None of us touched Nolan's phone until somebody took it off the boat and put it in Wyatt's truck. And then no one touched it until we handed it back, to the mom that was at my buddy's house.
Was that the only phone that she picked up, or was it other people's phone that they came and got? Or
that I know of, I think that was the only one that she had. But I'm not completely sure. I think that's the only one that she took Nolan's. That's it.
And so we're on the 4th, where the night probably going into the morning of the 5th, this happens. Then the dad comes back at some point to get the keys. Right. What happened there? When was this and what happened?
Well, my buddy Brooks drove me and dropped me off at my house, and I woke up to a text the next morning that Miss Christina texted me, and she said, hey, Nolan's dad's there, is there at my buddy's house to pick up the keys. And, I didn't think anything of it. I told her that I was praying for her, and, that we were out there and we were, doing everything that we could to help out.
And when he came to pick the keys up, was there a confrontation or? Because I could have sworn I saw on the news that when he came to pick the keys up, it was almost like an altercation because you guys didn't want to get the keys over, or you said you didn't know where the keys were at?
I mean, no, absolutely not. I mean, I wasn't there, but from what my friend told me, they just had to look for Nolan's keys. It's not like, why would we be hiding Nolan's keys? There's no reason to hide anything. This is our friend. We have nothing to hide. I mean, we were trying to do everything that we could to help out.
All right. So I want to be clear with this one thing, because I know you mentioned before that you have no reason to touch the phone. Obviously you didn't touch the phone.
Right.
But is there any chance or any knowledge that you have that anybody deleted stuff from his phone?
Absolutely not. I mean, like I said, there was no reason for us to get on Nolan's phone. No one touched Nolan's phone, but nothing. If none of us had touched Nolan's phone, then, there's no reason for anything to be deleted. I mean, no one even was in contact with his phone until it was moved from the boat to the truck. And none of us have access to Nolan's password to get on his phone and delete anything. Absolutely not. And we have no reason to delete anything. I mean, there's nothing to hide here. I mean, we have had no reason to delete anything, and we never did.
All right, so I have something I want to make sure that we're clear about, because you had mentioned earlier that you saw Nolan cradling Katie. Right. Her name is Katie.
Yeah, Katie.
I just want you to explain, what does that mean? Some people in their mind, they may think he's cradling like a baby.
Yeah.
Like what is that scenario look like?
He was. I mean, Nolan was off. The last time I saw him, like I said, I was off the bow of the boat, and like I said earlier, if you had jumped off the bow of the boat, you were probably about chest or neck deep in water. So Nolan wasn't like carrying her out the water. She's sitting in the water, and Nolan's arms are under the water, and he's carrying her from under the water. But her head's still out of the water. Nolan's head's still out of the water. And I was looking at both of them. So.
Oh, so he's kind of like holding her.
Right.
Kind of like,
in the water, though.
I mean, like we grown, right? There's two people in the water. They feeling each other.
Right.
Like meaning feeling they like each other.
Right.
And
that was obvious.
He's a little more close to her, and they're kind of having a moment.
Correct.
Not saying and not insinuating that it's sexual, but
no, of course not.
They're together. They like each other. You looking at him, you like, bro, you crazy, because you know that he like her and he's hanging out with her.
Yeah, right, exactly.
That makes sense. And when was the last time that you saw Nolan? And then when was the last time that someone reported to you that Nolan was seen? If
Okay.
that makes sense.
Yeah,
like
yeah, of
you
course.
saw him at a certain point, but then someone else saw him a lot later when you guys were gone.
Right. Okay. So the last time I personally laid eyes on Nolan was at like 3:00, and he was, in front of the boat with the girl, and that's the last time I saw him. But there were, I've talked to somebody personally that saw Nolan at 6:00, and someone, we weren't even the last people to see Nolan.
See, and that's what I'm talking about right there. People talking about he was reported at 6. You got his barber saying that a black kid said that he seen Nolan on the island around 6 something with a girl and a dude. And I don't know why Ben Crump and Al Sharpton didn't lead with the latest type of information. And once again, shout out to Brandon Tatum for bringing us bringing the other side of the story. Because if we was just depending on Crump and Al Sharpton, we'll still be in the weeds and there'll still be gaslighting everything. Like they came out in the beginning saying that that Nolan was on the video arguing with somebody on the boat. That was debunked. He was out there with 3 white boys and they left him on the island. That was debunked. Some was deleted out his phone. And then listening to okay, hold on, what lawyer say? He say, lawyer, what it do, lawyer, living life spoiled. They know that location where he found is a mysterious location where people just drown under mysterious circumstances. So the thing about that drowning like that, appreciate that. So they say that they say that he was last seen on the northeast tip of the island, which is right here. Hold on, let me bring it up real quick. Which is on the northeast tip over here. He was last seen over here, the northeast tip, but they found him over here on the northwest tip. He last seen over here around 6 something. Found over here 2 days later. You know what I'm saying? So that's definitely, you say you think it's a government cover up for those drownings. The GoFundMe is a cover up for buyouts or payouts. Well, that's why I was questioning Ben Crump and them because, I know they activists and I know they ain't criminal lawyers or nothing like that. But it seemed like that the play now is, if your child died mysteriously and, if white people is and close by, then this can be a civil case or something like that where people can sue or people can donate money or you know what I'm saying because it's not putting out. Yeah, they tried to come out with the autopsy, but they didn't. That didn't even land. You know what I'm saying? They didn't even come out with what was found in the cell phones because they got their own text. And now we finding out that they're not giving the phone to the police department unless they have their own text right there with the police while they're breaking down the phone. Not letting the police do their own independent investigation. So it's some things kind of funny about with the angle that the family taking, but I think that they are just uh, riding with Ben Crump and Al Sharpton, since they've been providing a lot of resources, a lot of, they done paid for the autopsy, they done paid for the funeral, they done flew him out here, they done flew him out there, they got, people doing investigation, they got all type of stuff going on, people pay for it, so it's like, all right, we're going to let y'all keep doing this because y'all came down here and helped, to try to find some more answers, and I think that the black community is getting caught up within the black family that don't want to accept that their son uh, had drowned. Now, I'm not saying that it ain't foul play, but from what they said from the autopsy, it wasn't like no bullet wounds. He didn't get stabbed. He wasn't beat on. Now, I guess there's still a deep dive on his throat and his lungs because that wasn't with the second autopsy. So once you get to the grand jury and they put everything on the floor, then we'll be able to have a better understanding. But I just think that there was a family that didn't want to accept that so early. You know, uh, where the police was just like, they ain't seeing foul play. They ain't seeing foul play. We label this as a drowning. What's up? What it do? K Doug come through giving the greatest back rub. What it do? So, that's the interesting part right there. So, I can feel the family, the father, I know that's tough. He in college, he playing sports, you know what I'm saying? You had big dreams for your son doing this and that. And, now you want some answers, you just ain't gonna accept that my son just drowned like that. Now my son know how to swim. He good. He a top athlete. You talking about? No, I'm not accepting that. But you know, uh, everybody trying to help the situation. But just like I say, when we get the first cook up dope, when we get the first cook up, we're being Crump, saying what he said in the first press conference and putting them corroded batteries in the black community back. And got people crashing out. Shout out to Shank Rock. He reported that. Oh, hold on, my bad. I ain't even see you down there. My bad. My bad. I ain't even see you down there. What it do?
Nah, you good, bro? What's up? Salutes.
You doing all right tonight, man?
Yeah, I
Got
got
my
a little
shit.
free time on my hand.
Yeah,
You
man.
got,
I
you
was
got.
just, huh?
Nah, I was gonna say, is it my mic? Is my mic messed up?
Hold on. Let me see something real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm out here in the high desert, chilling. Yeah.
No, man. I think it's all good. What were you saying though?
Nah, I was just saying, I'm out here chilling in the high desert, just getting my shit done, hanging out. Had a little bit of time on my hand, want to come up and holler at you.
Man, I appreciate you hitting the link, man. Tapping in, man. I was just kind of just, yesterday I had did the, saying I watched the first press conference, but being, what I'm saying, as far as the world got the first little story and the first sources and the first little evidence what happened to him, what I'm saying? We kind of got something from Ben Crump and Al Sharpton, and the way that they framed it wasn't good. It wasn't good, you know what I'm saying? Because right now it's falling on his face as far as, they come out and say that, people was arguing on the boat or that he was arguing on the boat that got debunked, that he was out there with three white boys and the three white boys left him out there. Uh, that didn't, what I'm saying? That didn't age well. That somebody deleted something off his phone. They ain't put that out there. And
Yeah, that was a lie though.
right. And but they did that to be able to put the battery in the black community back to where the story would spread like wildfire. You know what I'm saying? Like the wildfire. Plus we said they in Mississippi, so Mississippi, we gotta look at this because of the race because there's three white boys and it's the black kid that didn't that didn't make it. They bring up Emmett Tillman, you know what I'm saying? Like really sell it to the public. Like, okay, we need to get a lot of eyes on this because we can't trust the police down here because they saying that they not finding no evidence of foul play and they just ruling it a drowning without fully doing the full investigation.
Yeah, but look how they doing it though, bro. They are literally like the boy that cried wolf type scenario and shit. And they ruining the credibility of all of these so-called black civil rights movement activists because now people aren't going to be willing to give their money or their support to something that these guys are just making up. That all of this shit happened right after the Southern Poverty Law Center freaking was found out that they was paying the white supremacists millions of dollars to terrorize their own people and shit.
Right.
Yeah. So this is stealing credibility from true support by saying that this was a racial event. You know how, and this is all under the whole freaking shadow of, black fatigue movement. People are getting tired, even black people are getting tired of being used for racial incidents when there ain't no real race involved. You know what I'm saying? So this could be a good thing or a bad thing, to tell you the truth. I think it's a little bit of both because, for one, how did the parents know that was something wrong when it wasn't even 24 hours after they went out there?
Well, that's what kind of had me kind of questioning Warren, the white boy that was up there, the white boy that's talking and stuff right here. That's what kind of had me questioning him because he said that I guess they left the island, I guess they docked the boat about 6 something. They end up, chilling, eating, taking a nap, and they end up going to a little different party. And then about 10, 11 o'clock, that's when, I guess they started realizing that Nolan wasn't around, you know what I'm saying, kind of asking questions where he was at, kind of reaching out to some people. And it kind of, made me think like, damn, why would he automatically think death or think
exactly that something was wrong when he didn't stay at the house the night before. On the 3rd, he wasn't at home. He was gone all day on the 3rd. Remember, he spent the night over one of his boys' houses.
Yeah, he was with this dude. They was at somebody else's house. Yeah.
They was at somebody else's house. So they didn't know, the parents didn't know where Nolan was at for a whole 48 hours. But then all of a sudden, on the 4th of July, they instantly concerned that something bad happened.
Yeah, but this dude right here called him. And he said, well, Nolan ain't came back and you know what I'm saying, you probably need to call somebody and reach out or he was asking them, was it okay for him to call the Coast Guard? I guess they said it was okay. So I guess that's when he called at 11. But the mama didn't call the police department until 12 o'clock. So I wonder what happened in that hour time span. Who did he talk to? What all would happen? But I'm still like,
so why would he call the parents when he's trying to get the boat secured and shit? Unless the parents called him.
Nah, he said, hold on, let me bring it back. Well, I ain't gonna try to find it. But he said that I guess once everybody came to the house, you know what I'm saying, where they was having the 4th of July, they supposed to be popping firecrackers and everything. I guess Nolan wasn't with the group no more, you know what I'm saying? So people started questioning, like, where's Nolan? Where's Nolan? And I guess he had text.
On the 4th?
Yeah, on the 4th that night.
So the 4th that night, right? They had already went that morning to the island, right?
Right.
And Nolan hadn't been home the whole day of the 3rd because he slept over at another friend's house and didn't go home before they went out to the island. So Nolan was gone from the 3rd and the 4th. But then my thing is this right here. They came back to the house, right? And they popping fireworks. Somebody supposedly saw Nolan at 6 o'clock. what gave the parents an indication that something bad had happened?
Shit, because this white dude right here called him and said that he wasn't with him no more. That he was worried about him, and he called the Coast Guard.
Okay, so this is a separate incident other than calling the Coast Guard for the boat sinking?
Right.
Okay.
So whenever they called the Coast Guard the first time, I guess that was around like 6 to 5 something. You know what I'm saying? Like whenever they left the island, they said they left the island at 4:30.
4:30 in the afternoon on the 4th, right?
Right. So I guess they
And
called the Coast Guard in between 4:30 and 6:30 because they had docked the boat at 6:30. So that's when they got back to old dude's daddy's house and they docked the boat. And he said that they kind of got something to eat. They went to sleep, and then they went over to his girlfriend's house. So that's where they were supposed to be popping fireworks. Everybody was supposed to meet up over there. And then he said, they was over there, and then I guess he realized that Nolan wasn't around. You know, people started kind of questioning. So then he had checked some of the black kids and asked them if Nolan was with them. And that's how he got Nolan's mama's number.
From one of the black kids?
Yeah. So then when he called Nolan's mama, I guess that's when he told her, like, hey, Nolan ain't made it. Like, if he with y'all, he not with us. Is it okay if I call the Coast Guard? You know, I guess I'm kind of worried.
See, this is the thing. A missing person, right, report, even to the Coast Guard, they want it to be like over 12 hours because, you know, unless you knew something nefarious happened to the person, they're looking at it like this is a grown individual that be out all night whenever they want to be, and they're not going to really make an effort to go and try to find them if they, don't want to be found.
And when you saying that, that's good that you say that because I was wondering why the Coast Guard didn't hook up with the police department until 12:30 the next day. So he called the Coast Guard at 11 o'clock that night. He called the police department at 12 o'clock that night. But the Coast Guard and the police department didn't hook up until 12:30 that next day. Or the 12:30 that morning, I guess, or whatever. So I'm like, dang, you know what I'm saying? Like, what took the Coast Guard so long? So, so what you just said, as far as like that 12 hours, as far as, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a grown person. It's probably been no missing person like that yet,
Yeah, it's not going to be a missing person if it ain't over a certain period of time, even with the Coast Guard. They can go out. They're not going to go out patrolling for boats that's stranded too. You got to contact them, or they have to get a message. They might be out doing patrol and help somebody if they see them, but just out there randomly patrolling, them dudes don't do that stuff.
Yeah, they wasn't gonna do that.
But at the same time, my thing is this right here. If Nolan, if he can go and stay, because I got a 20-year-old son too. If he go and spend the night at one of his friends' house, it's not like he's 15, 16 years old where I'm requiring him to ask for permission because he's fucking 19, 20 years old. But the thing is that they immediately jump to a conclusion that something had happened to him, like that he never, just left without notifying them or anything. Because if that's the case, then they would have known that he left his phone if they were in contact with him in his friend's car and left his car at another person's house.
Well, that's what the dude is saying, that he told the mama that he had his phone.
The kid that had the phone is different from this dude right here, right?
Well, he was the first one. Well, he was saying that basically that we got the phone, like, you know what I'm saying, like we know where you can come get the phone, basically, because the phone is with us. Not saying that the phone is particularly with him, but it's with why.
let's say, God forbid, right? You had a kid, 19 years old, hanging out, doing all this shit, going to college now, right? Which meaning that they don't have a curfew.
Right.
So they can go anywhere they want to go, do anything they want to do, and you wouldn't even know about it because it's something that grown-ups do, right?
Right.
So if they're not expecting him to, check in with them 5 or 10 minutes every fucking hour, because that's how we do our young kids. We want them to check in with us every so often. If they're not expecting that, I'm just saying, why would they come to the conclusion in less than a 12-hour period that something had happened to him when they know that don't make sense, because he's an adult. He going to college. They don't see him for long periods at a time when he at college. They don't know what he's doing out there, right? So keeping tabs on him day by day is not something that parents of an adult child do. You know what I'm saying? They automatically feel like, hey, you grown. You're gonna come and go as you please, especially if you hanging out with your friends on the holidays and shit. I'm not expecting to keep tabs on you. My thing is, how did they jump to the conclusion that quick and be like, oh, y'all did something to him?
That's a good angle. I didn't kind of even think about it like that. You know
I
what I'm
mean,
saying?
come on, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Just automatically jumping to calling the police department at night.
Yeah, bro. It almost seems like it's planned or like it's scripted or some shit. Like, okay, so once you get a call from this person right here, you're gonna automatically assume the worst and start making your notifications. It's almost like it's scripted. I've seen shit like this scripted out, to where one thing has to occur before you do what you're supposed to do in the entire script. And then to come out and start talking about shit that nobody is gonna have any way of verifying. Like, for instance, we can't verify if they did anything to the phone. Nobody can.
Well, Ben Crump was saying that, I guess they got, certain, technicians that can go in and see what was deleted. I guess see what was deleted and stuff like that.
Okay, so once they did that, why they didn't come out and say, no, we didn't, there was nothing wrong with the phone? They just kind of like left that shit hanging.
See, and that's what I was saying, that, Ben Crump didn't bring that to the forefront like he brought the autopsy, because he said within that first press conference, he said, well, we got our own technicians and experts.
Mm-hmm.
We
Bro, that's called, we call that in training, we call that
to the police department, and they still ain't sent the phones to the police department. They saying the only way we gonna send the phones to the police department is if our special investigators is right there with you while you breaking down the phone.
Bro, what they did was they built a geopolitical environment by saying all of that stuff. Meaning, like, they put the ideas out there and let people jump to conclusions so they could build a narrative around it or build a play around it. So when they say that possibly something was wrong with the phones and they ain't have no technician look at it, just we're gonna have a technician look at it. How you know something was taken off the phones if your technician that you said you're gonna have look at it ain't looked at it yet?
See,
and then you pushing that narrative.
I think it's all based off the family grieving, the mother grieving, and she's saying that she basically don't believe the police department, she don't believe nothing that they said. And you know what I'm saying? She like, nah, something was deleted off my son's phone because he always takes pictures. I know my kid. You know what I'm saying? I know that he should have some pictures on the Snapchat.
And look, hold on. Who's sharing Who's sharing their Snapchat with their mama, nigga? I don't know no teenager or adult sharing they personal Snapchat with their parents.
Yeah, that's a fact.
I don't know none of that. And then on top of that, the whole race thing, when they knew that that dude ain't that boy father, and that.
You talk about the man?
Yeah, dog.
That ain't his biological father?
Nah, man. Mm-mm.
And I thought that was funny too because he kept talking about football and shit. I'm like, nigga, what the fuck? Nigga, he just died. What the hell you talking about football?
And that she ain't black.
Yeah, but they saying that
Why?
she mixed.
Mixed with what?
Mixed with black and Asian.
So her daddy is full Filipino. Our mama is too. Which one's mixed?
Oh, for real? Damn, okay.
Yeah, her dad name is that's the name her son has, Wells. Her dad name is Wells. I know you've seen dark skinned Filipinos and shit like that. I've seen them too.
Right.
But see, this is the thing. In order to get the reaction that they get, they had to claim it because they knew if they would have just came out and said, hey, this boy died mysteriously, that people would start looking for other reasons other than race. And bro, when you look in other areas for other than race, you start saying this area where he drowned at, supposedly, why did the body wash up on an island and not on shore? Because you know how currents work, right? If you drown offshore, right, and your body is found, it's usually found on the shore of the mainland. It's not found on an island where water circles around it. There's nothing that's going to pull the body to the land of an island versus pull the body towards the larger landmass. See what I'm saying? Because the larger landmass experiences those tides. An island doesn't experience that like that.
Well, I
You
definitely
know,
thought that was interesting because they said they had went to go look for him on the field, and they had everybody out there. Matter of fact, they said that the search was for 40 hours.
40-hour search, bro. And they found him on the 6th, in the same location that they was looking at. They should have found him up there by Bismarck. They should have found him over there by Pascagoula. They should have found him going somewhere towards that area over there where water is actually currented towards that area. You see what I'm saying? They should have found him over there by that Coast Guard station or some shit like that. Not back at the island where he, huh?
So, do you think that the body was placed there because they say that the body was badly decomposed?
I think whatever caused that boy to drown also caused that body not to be found. And I know that sounds weird, but people need to know what is going on in that area. There's hundreds of people that drown over there all the time in between those areas through Mississippi Sound. They're not saying nothing about it because if they find out that it has something to do with what used to happen out there, then now whose fault is it? It's the government's fault. See, it's the government's fault that if they find out some type of something is over there grabbing motherfuckers. And I'm telling you, man, look, dolphins and whales have been known to grab motherfuckers and pull them down and drown them underwater.
That shit sounds. See, but he didn't have no marks or nothing. No.
What do you mean he had no marks?
As far as like, I'm pretty sure, like if someone was to grab his foot or something, that he would have had some type of scratches or something.
How they gonna tell if his body was badly decomposed over in the water for 48 hours, even 72 hours? What causes severe decomposition in that time frame when you're in water?
That water and that heat.
He didn't even bloat. You see what I'm saying? But he was decomposed enough where they couldn't find out whether or not he was injured before he went in the water. That doesn't make sense. That means the decomposition was caused by either turbulence of the water or whatever was nibbling on his ass underwater, or whatever grabbed him and took him underwater. Because I'm telling you, man, if you look at the SeaWorld video of the trainer, the female that got killed by the killer whale, which is a giant dolphin, did the same thing to her, bro. Drug her, took her underwater, didn't eat her, took her underwater, bit her up a little bit, fucked her up, but kept her down there long enough until she was gone. And then they had to get that motherfucker out the water in order for him to let the body come back up to the surface to get her out of there. So that motherfucker kept her down underwater like he was hiding the body or some shit. And this is a SeaWorld trainer that this happened to.
Yeah,
now imagine if you run into some dolphins like that out there in that area that has that type of mentality and them type of smarts and have been trained by humans to do shit like that. See, now we talking about some shit where we get into some.
Hold on. We getting to that shit to where they said, hey, because I had heard some shit over there in the motherfucking Burn Strait, or that motherfucking strait over there by Iran, where they was talking about, when now they using, I guess, some type of devices to be able to, mess up the little mine things down there. But they said they used to use dolphins.
Yeah.
To do that before within the military, whatever, that they, I guess, strap on little shit to the dolphins and they be the ones that go down there to the mines and get blew up and shit.
Bro, they got dolphins that will go down and detect swimmers and attack them underwater, bro. Just continuously. Bam, 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 bam. And that right there was a deterrent for people diving underwater trying to attack us and shit. And look, if you don't believe me, check out those islands. They got Dolphin Island, they got Horn Island, they got Ship Island, they got Cat Island, and they got Dog Island. Each one of those islands were used for training animals in those locations. Now, what type of animal is related to the horn? Did you know that they had dogs up over there that they call red wolves, that they kept them out there for decades training these animals, or monitoring, so-called, monitoring these animals. They said they had to remove them in 1998 because they were coming in contact with humans, bro.
They do got a Cat Island over there. That shit crazy.
They got Dog Island over there too. They got Dolphin Island over there too. Dolphin Island is where they actually train the dolphins for the military, for the Navy, to do underwater surveillance. They trained the motherfuckers right up over there at Dolphin Island. The military did. That Coast Guard island that's right there off the coast of Pascagoula is an old military base. They turned it into a Coast Guard base. That's where they was doing their dolphin and even SEALs. They were doing dolphin and SEAL training right there, bro. Now look, you think they just took them animals somewhere else? No, them motherfuckers was released.
Dolphin Island right there. That's crazy.
The motherfuckers, after the program ended, nigga, they released them motherfuckers back out in the water. You think them animals left that area? No, they didn't leave that area. They was trained to respond out there a certain amount of distance and attack whoever they considered a threat, and then return back to the base.
What's up? Why don't you think that the people be talking about them like that if they kind of known to, probably do that within that area?
Because the government and the state would be responsible for all the deaths that occurred that were contributed to this shit. Do you know the backlash? We talking about, bro, look into how many people die over there mysteriously. Before Nolan Wells died, there was a dude that was swimming out there before the 4th of July, jumped off, his boat was anchored out in probably like 5 or 6 foot of water, right? He jumped off the boat in 5 or 6 feet of water in front of everybody and didn't come back up, bro. Didn't come back up. They found the motherfucker dead. He jumped, like the boats were right there around him, anchored out too, watched him jump into the water, because there was people in the water too. He jumped in the water and never came back up. They found him Later on, or a couple days, dead. That was right before Nolan Rails. Then there was a few other drownings too, as well, along the Pascagoula and the Bismarck, that area up over there on the beaches. Bro, they used to do biological weapons training out there in the 1940s with like bacteria, pathogens, parasites, and shit like that. The same shit the NOI was doing. Not the NOI, but the what's the shit that Fauci ran?
You talking about the test? Hold on, what you talking about?
I'm talking about Fauci was running the what? The CDC, or was he running the World Health Organization?
CDC.
All right, so he was running the World Health Organization, and they was doing what? Testing on bacteria, parasites to turn them into diseases that could attack humans. They did the same thing over there in that area on Horn Island. Horn Island still got a base on it. You know that, right? Still got an outpost on it. They're not gonna tell you about that. They got a pier and everything. They making us think that these motherfuckers just driving up to a motherfucking island. There's nothing out there.
Yeah, but they
No.
said somebody could have bought that motherfucker for $25 million last year.
They ain't gonna sell that bitch, because if they do, guess what they gotta do? They gotta disclose all the shit they was doing out there. For one, like the fucking chemical, biological, and fucking parasitic training that they was doing in those waters for a whole fucking 20, 30 years in the 1940s. And then they also got to disclose that they had a whole fucking colony of red wolves that they were just keeping out on that island for some fucking reason, doing some Dr. Moreau type shit to them. You can't go out there and know all of that shit, because if you buy it, nigga, you subject to anything that happens out there.
So pick this out, because I was listening to all the little news clippings, not the news clippings, but all the little news reports from the day that the first. Hold on.
This all conspiracy theory type shit, though. You know what I'm saying? Just to put it out there, this is conspiracy theory shit. Because you're gonna have a lot of people that don't know how to look this shit up for themselves, but maybe they'll look up the conspiracy theory and find out for themselves.
Well, a lot of the reports that I guess that the local news was putting out down there was saying that they heard that he was supposed to get on another boat, that they heard that he was supposed to go to another island, that they heard that he was trying to swim to another boat, said that he was trying to walk to the middle of the island, that they just all type of little different reports of what he was seeing. But when that one little video came out, or like when they were on the call to the I guess to the seacoast, and they were saying within the background that they were saying that Nolan was dead, and get up, they was having that conversation in the background. But there was video that was put out that was showing, I guess that was the people that was on the boat at the time, and Nolan wasn't there. But it's the people, I guess it's people that supposed to be eyewitnesses that were still on the island around 5 or 6, said that they seen him with a female and a dude out there. And then on top of that, I guess there was a dude out there that was supposed to be selling powder or doing something, you know what I'm saying?
Selling that powder.
Yeah, and they were saying how, Nolan probably has some cocaine in the system or something like that. So I don't know. Just like I say, I'm trying to see what the whole, what the, I guess they're supposed to be having this little grand jury thing, and I guess that's what they're gonna put all the, I guess the police and all the DA gonna put all the, I guess put all the information out there then. But I guess they ain't really telling nobody nothing right now. But I guess they was just saying little stuff. But I, you know what I'm saying. But I kind of found it, you know what I'm saying, because that was the. The
Watch, the
Navy.
findings are gonna come back. The findings are gonna come back non-conclusive, brother. Meaning like they still don't know. Watch.
And I think that's why Ben Crump and them is like, well, because they had took out an estate on on Nolan. And I guess they was doing that because I guess they preferred to be, I guess somebody gonna be the executive or the personal representative or whatever, and it's gonna put in a request to seize everybody's phone. You know what I'm saying? So they can be able to, I guess, look at all the evidence and look at everything that's connected to the case, and I guess that's how they gonna sue on that end. I really don't know that whole little playbook like that, but I guess that's what they was talking about. That's what they're gonna do, and I think that's why I guess the white boys had came up with that little gift and go on the funny thing, and also had I guess now they got Donald Trump ex lawyer and stuff right now.
Now that right there is gonna be the main story right there, because there is some slander, but that's gonna steal away from what actually happened, bro. You see what I'm saying? They're getting us caught up in the weeds. They're not really telling us anything about what happened to the boy. They're not going to tell us anything about what happened to him. Because if they do, it's going to bring up questions like how. For instance, you said that there's no marks show that he got attacked by anything, but why would they keep the throat?
Yeah,
Ain't that?
Yeah, that's definitely suspicious. But I guess they could have had something to do with the drowning or something, because I guess they had the lungs too.
Well, look, if an animal grab you, because that's how that killer whale grabbed old girl. And you know what? That's a misconception to say a killer whale. That's a killer dolphin. That's a dolphin, period. It's just a giant dolphin, right? But it grabbed her at the nape of the neck, bro. You know what the nape of the neck is? You know how we grab puppies by the back of their neck and pick them up?
Oh, okay, that's what it did. Yeah, that's crazy.
These animals are, and look, they can kill a motherfucker by grabbing them like that. They can snap their neck. And see, that's a totally different thing than, a motherfucker putting their hands around your neck and choking you out. If an animal grab you around the neck with their mouth, they're not going to regulate on how much pressure they putting on you and shit. And see, if the boy had bite marks that look like canines or some shit, right, in the neck, guess what they can contribute that to? Maybe some of them red wolves are still out there. Straight up. Or if it looked like a fish had attacked them, maybe it looks like those dolphin teeth. And they trying, because look, that right there, bro, is a big motherfucking conspiracy. If you find out that animals trained by the government is killing people in these areas that they say is safe for people to go to.
Yeah, that's right.
Conspiracy theory, though, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But they never gonna show you that shit. They never gonna show you the neck. They never gonna show you the part that they took. They're not gonna come up to with no real conclusion. And if they do, it's gonna be a play. And we all know what plays are for. Money. All plays are for money.
But Ben Crump and Al Sharpton is the one looking for the money though, not the I guess the state or the government.
Mm-hmm. Well, the state of the government trying not to spend the money and take the blame for that shit. Because whoever is in charge of the government right now in Mississippi, that's who will be responsible if a citizen died in a location that used to be part of the government and they weren't warned beforehand. It's like negligence. If the government allows you to go, like if you go on a military installation and there's an area that's on the base that's dangerous to humans and you end up going over there and nobody warned you, Bro, the base is responsible for your death. That entire area, if you go on a military base and you wander onto an unsafe location and you weren't warned or they didn't stop you, you die, the base is responsible for your death. Same thing happens to old military sites. Old military sites. That's the old military sites up over there. Horn Island, all of that shit is all military sites, old ones, where they used to do testing and training and shit out there. You know, you know how in New York they tell them they can't fish in certain areas because of what? Chemical poisoning and shit.
Well, would that be from the waste and stuff, though, right?
Yeah. So how do you tell people that you can't go to an island that we used to do chemical weapons training on?
Right. Yeah.
They just started letting people go in there in the early to mid 90s.
That's crazy.
They just started letting people go over there early to mid 90s. And there's always been weird ass stories about shit that people see up over there. Weird ass animals they see in the water. All kind of shit, bro.
Yeah, they were
Like
saying that I guess they was over there and I guess them old little shell things. Like, I guess they supposed to be like some things that lived like 400,000 years ago, but I don't know if they still living now. But they was finding them type of shells and stuff over there on a little island and stuff like that. I forgot what it was called. It ain't no crab or no, but I guess it's like more.
Yeah, it's like a prehistoric sea creature, shellfish.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Look like a big ass roach.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm like, damn, that motherfucker was up on the island. Like, damn, what the fuck you mean that motherfucker 400,000 years old? Like, I don't know if the motherfucker still around.
That's a lie like a motherfucker, bro. That's a lie like a motherfucker.
Them motherfuckers over there making them motherfuckers.
Straight up, Dr. Monroe on your ass.
Hey, that's a crazy little flip though, man. Because you like said that cat, dolphin, dog, smuggler, petty. Hey, they got some infamous names. You know what I'm saying?
They used to name them after what they was doing, the things that they was doing out there, training the dolphins to do underwater reconnaissance. Then they got Dog Island over there, and then they got a red wolf sanctuary, bro. You know what a red wolf is? Red wolves are like,
Got a red wolf wherever you can.
Them motherfuckers get big, bro. Sometimes they get so big, people see them like head on, and they look like a human with a wolf head, dog. That's how big these motherfuckers get. And there's been a lot of dogman stories out there in Pascagoula and business. You don't even want to hear about the stories about dogman out there.
They say the dog man. What's that?
Bro, the Mississippi Dogman, man, y'all better check that shit out. I was telling Zay the other day, well, it was a while ago, probably like a week or two ago, about Lake what they call it in Louisiana, Lake Pennahontas, where they had like the Loch Ness Monster thing out there. In that lake in Louisiana, bro. Which happens just to be right up the coast from Mississippi and where all this shit is going. Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. See, I don't know nothing about the third coast like that. You know what I'm saying? But
A
that's
lot of
definitely,
people don't.
hell no, don't nobody know. That's a whole nother world.
Bro, look up the red wolf. How big them motherfuckers get.
Say the red wolf. Hold on.
The red wolf. They fall in between the gray wolf, which is one of the big wolves out here. Motherfuckers get big, bro.
Red wolf. Hold on, let me see.
And Horn Island, all them islands over there. See, the red wolf.
And that's crazy. Southeast American.
That's the Dog Island experiment right there. Straight up. But they don't know if them animals can swim, you know, to the mainland. That's why they had to take the motherfuckers off that island, because people were coming in contact with them.
They said that it's a genetic admixture of wolf and coyote.
I wonder how. An admixture? What? Fucking coyotes is fucking wolves? Wolves kill coyotes, dog. They kill them. They chase them down like any other rodent and eat their ass. The only way a coyote can mix with a wolf is if we have something to do with it.
It probably started here, right here. You say in like with the late 1960s, it occurred a small number in the Gulf Coast.
Yeah. They
Say
took a whole pack of them motherfuckers out there.
said that the red wolf was nearly driven to extinction by the mid 1900s due to aggressive predator control programs.
The predator control programs is that they stopped breeding them. They stopped breeding them, brother. You know, something that doesn't occur in nature naturally, when you breed it into existence, it's automatically extinct. You know why? Because the only animals you get are the ones you breed.
Man, I'm gonna have to ask Robert Lee if what he know about Bulls Island off the coast of South Carolina.
What is it?
Bulls Island.
Oh, bull. Mm-hmm. You don't know nothing about that. These guys don't pay attention to stuff like that. You know why? Because that's going too far off their narrative-based conversation. Like you think this is the first time I've said this to somebody about that island and about what people should be looking at? No, I've said this shit the whole time. I knew about Horn Island a long time ago when I was talking about on Bobby's channel, Cat Island, Snake Island, and all these fucking places where they breed these animals off the coast of the mainland. See? I'm just a conspiracy theorist. You know, that people only talk to when with other conspiracy theorists. But I'm telling you, bro, the real mystery is why they can't determine the cause of death with all the technology we have. Why they do 2 autopsies and didn't come up with a cause of death. Why they dragging everybody along with this race narrative and not trying to talk about the fact is that you can't even take a shit on that island. How they monitoring motherfuckers from taking a shit on that island? Because they have a fucking outpost Look at the map, bro. You can see the outposts on that island.
But if they
I
had an
bet.
outpost, they should have. Well, I guess there ain't nobody there at the outpost now. I guess when you said deserted, it's over with.
Look at
But
the
how can
island.
the outpost in America be deserted though? Yeah, that's
Look
just
at
like
the island, brother. Look at the island. Look at it on Google Maps and zoom in and look at the outpost. Look at the outpost
is it
on
right
Google
here?
Maps. Turn it to the natural one, not the picture. Click on it so you can see the land mass, so you can see the base. Mm-hmm. Yeah, look at it.
That's that drop off that they talking about.
There's a drop off they talking about.
As far as like you see how like the different colors right here off the coast. I guess that's where they saying like you know what I'm saying. Like once you get over here to this dark shit, that's like 30 deep, 50 feet deep and shit. You know what I'm saying? But like
So
right there where you
if
got
you
the
looking
color,
at
it's like
if you
8
looking at
foot deep.
Horn Island, right? Let me see.
That's crazy that he was found over here, well, on the northwestern side, but he was last seen on the northeast. What would you finna say though?
Well, I was gonna say this island, right? You're not gonna be able to see that outpost on just a regular search. Hold on, let me go back and see if I can find it on Google Maps. Cause are you on Google Maps?
I'm on Bing.
You might not be able to see it.
And that's crazy. So he was last seen over here. They say that's where you can get twisted up at in the water. It get kind of crazy over here. They say. But
Bro,
how did he get on the other side
go to
though?
Google Maps and zoom in to that area, which is Horn Island and all that shit. Mississippi Sound. Let me see. Because there's boats in the images too as well. Yeah, there's all kind of boats. And them motherfuckers, they be fucking with these maps sometimes too. Where is it at? No, I'm silly. Yeah, man, it's crazy. They got Gulf Island Wilderness. They got all kind of shit out there. I should have took a picture of the shit when I saw it. Cause they got a little pier. They got the Coast Guard is right across from
Crazy.
this.
How they got
The Coast Guard is right across from this shit, bro. Not even 10 miles away.
that shit.
And why isn't the Coast Guard out there on holidays and shit where they know that a shitload of people is out there? Now look, if you go and you look at Horn Island, right, on Google Maps, and there's a part of the island that looks like a little peak, right? A little peak. On this peak, you can see how they got it blurred out. That's an outpost. Yeah, you can see it. That's an outpost. Mm-hmm. You can see the little land. You can see the land and everything, but they got it blurred up. So there is people that's out there, man. And these niggas changed up the map and shit, huh? It's like in between the west. It's like
That's
closer
it.
to the west point at that curve.
Google Maps is crazy. That shit be zooming in. It's gonna be soon. They're gonna be like zooming in. It's gonna be like a local camera. Like it's gonna be live feed here soon. This shit gonna be crazy. You ain't gonna be able to get away with shit.
All right, go up to the top. All right. So do you see what they have? West Point. Keep on going. Go up to the top. You're on the right side too. You're on the right side. Just keep on going.
They got a boat
Keep on.
right there. That's crazy.
Oh, there's boats all around this motherfucker in this image.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it's year round, bro. Keep going. You gonna see it. Keep on going. Keep on going. Yep. Keep on going. Go up. Go up. You're almost to it. Where that little peak at.
They got the light reflecting off the water. That shit crazy.
I don't see why you have it. Zoom out some so you can see. Zoom out. Cause it's a peak. That peak right there. You see the peak up at the top of that? Go straight right there to that peak at the top and zoom in. You see that peak? Right there.
Right here?
Right there in the middle, the peak. Where the land pointed, yeah. Zoom into that shit. Keep on going. You'll see it looks like a concrete. There, you see it? Now you see
Right
it? Keep
here?
on zooming in. Keep on zooming in. That's it right there, bro. They're not telling you about that. So that island is not deserted, dog. If they got that building out there, that installation, I call it installation. I'm looking at it the same way you're looking at it right now, man. That's man-made. They don't bring nothing about the 1940s or the early 90s when they was out there with them wolves. You wouldn't even known about that unless somebody told you.
Yeah, that shit crazy. When dog keys pass.
Yeah, you see, dog.
That
There's
shit
an island
crazy.
over there. There's an island over there, Dog Island, in between Horn and Ship Island. And then if you go over to Ship Island, there's a Fort Massachusetts right there. Go to Ship Island,
Yeah, I seen that.
Fort Massachusetts,
That was crazy. Man,
and look, that island ain't. Look how close that island is to Horn Island. You think the boats just go to Horn Island and that's it? Man, these people was doing all that shit. Cat Island. They ain't gonna let you see all that shit on this Google Maps shit though, because there's islands that are in between Horn Island and Pascagoula Beach, and the Coast Guard Island. That island that's in between, it's a lighthouse, but they're not gonna let you see the rest of the island. Because if they let you see the rest of the island, you're gonna be like, what the hell? You got people living on that motherfucker?
Yeah, they said some people had stayed the night over. I guess on the Horn Island at night or something like that. I guess there's people that out there, I guess, camping out or something. You know what I'm saying? I wonder why they ain't get no story from them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
They don't want to muddy the water on the race issue. They want to keep that alive and strong because that right there is plausible deniability. If y'all think that it's a race issue and it's not a government issue, then cool. Y'all can run with that. You can run with race all day. You know how people in the government even say, I know we have a race issue, but they ain't gonna tell you who's racist. You see what I'm saying? It's like they saying, yes, we have racism, but we don't know who's the racist. Well, if it ain't you, how do you know for sure that it's a race issue? Do you know of the racist? See, this plausible deniability shit is like pointing fingers at anybody that looks different from you. He did it. He's the only one here that don't look like everybody. You know
See,
what I'm
and I
saying?
don't like that because because that's the same playbook that they used to be doing with us. Not saying that that white people don't be doing nothing, and people don't need to blame them if they doing something. But I'm saying though, like let the evidence come out, let the facts come out. You know what I'm saying? Just don't. I mean, people gonna do
So
whatever they gonna do. You know what I'm saying? But that's kind of like that's like I say,
when
putting
does
corroded batteries in people back and having them crashing out over something that ain't even real. That's the
ain't even
battery.
real? Like the motherfuckers that got arrested for threatening them people, they going to jail for nothing, dog.
But nothing, nigga. Them niggas going to jail. Them niggas in jail
For
right now.
nothing. They in jail
And
right
somebody
now, dog.
reported said that it's 86 people that they talking about suing. I say, damn,
86.
86.
That's a money grab, my boy. You know how much they gonna make off of that? And look, the government ain't got no involvement in it. This is just people against people. And this is the shit that the government sit back and be like, all right, good job. Let them fight it out in court. You know what I'm saying? While we remain plausibly deniable on the whole situation. I mean, because look how far they had to send the body for independent autopsy from Mississippi all the way to Washington, D.C., my boy, in between Maryland and motherfucking what's her name? Now you mean to tell me they put him on ice and sent him up there? Come on, man. They put the man on ice to send him up there. Just to say the same thing that the motherfuckers in Mississippi said. Inconclusive.
Yeah, that's crazy. But it's like I say, that's the money grab. You remember when you said, well, we didn't have the throat and the lungs, and people in the crowd was like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Trying to, even though he kind of cleaned it up and said, well, this is normal, woo, woo, but just for the fact that he said what he said and got the reaction, those are
Mm-hmm.
still clips. People can just
Ain't
clip it up.
ain't nobody gonna remember, yeah, this is normal, this is routine. We
Right.
usually can. Nobody gonna remember that. All they gonna remember is no throat, no lungs.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they remember, bro. And see, these people are trained psychologically to do this shit. Ben Crump, fucking Al Sharpton. These people are trained to get the worst reaction out of people with the least amount of information. How you think they were able to get black people to polarize with them? Bro, if you knew you was gonna get sprayed with water hose and dogs was gonna attack you, nigga, is you going out there to let that shit happen to you?
Hell no.
And it didn't happen to any of them niggas. It only happened to the people that was following them. That right there should have been enough.
That's a fact, huh?
But the psyop, bro, is psychological reinforcement. It's like negative reinforcement. You know we're doing right because they're attacking us. So people line up to get attacked like a martyr. You see what I'm saying? Like a martyr. And the
That's why I
people
be
that
looking at like, man, we looking weak. You know what I'm
that's
saying? It's
because
like,
they were trained to look weak, bro. I could show you in some of those photos of some of them people getting bit, they got padding on in front of their clothes. Sort of like the padding that we used to use when
that's
we
crazy.
trained dogs in the military.
But would you say that they was already kind of prepared because they knew that was gonna happen?
They were already prepared, but some of the padding that they had didn't look like some shit that a motherfucker just threw together. It looked like some professional
And most
made
of the
shit.
time, it'd be like some books or some magazines or motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, and look, the police only let the dogs attack that area. You need to watch. You know what? We could go into that another time. Right now, you're talking about the Nolan Webb shit,
What
and
were you talking about?
well, because I'm gonna get into some mud when it comes to this dog shit and all that stuff, and it's gonna detour you off your conversation.
Okay, just stop. But say, man, man, let me go and play this little, you know what I'm saying? Play this little
Yeah,
video, you know what I'm saying? Let this
for
play
sure,
out
man.
shit real quick and shit. We can respond to it.
There's no sound.
Ask you some very pointed questions. I mean, just straight out.
Okay.
I didn't come down here to, do anything other but to get the truth and for you to have a voice in this. And the first thing I want to ask you is, did you kill Nolan?
Of course not.
Did you have anything to do with Nolan's death?
Of course not. And absolutely not.
They say that you guys deleted stuff out of his phone. Did you delete anything out of Nolan's phone?
No, of course not.
Give me 30 seconds and I'll show you how to check if your resume passes the ATS. Go to Resume Genius Resume Builder and upload your resume.
The mom act like, or at least she portrayed on television, and the rumors are that you weren't really good friends with Nolan. Is that true or not?
Absolutely not. I hung out with Nolan probably like 3 days a week. I mean, seriously, at least. Some days my friends want to hang out every single day, and Nolan was always there. So,
and obviously people may see this and know the facts later, right, that you weren't able to go to the funeral or the memorial service.
Right.
Why didn't you go? What was that?
Well, I mean, with everything going on social media right now, and with people saying the crazy things that they're saying, I would never want to take the attention off of Nolan and his family. They don't deserve that. And, for own personal reasons, I mean, I've gotten thousands of death threats. My family's got thousands of death threats. And, for my own safety, I'm not going to put my own health and safety at risk. It breaks my heart that I can't go, and it hurt me more than anything because obviously I want to say my last goodbyes to one of my best friends. But I mean, if I'm getting thousands of death threats with people saying they're going to kill me and do crazy things to my family and I couldn't bring myself to go because, I got to put my own safety first. And even if that means, missing my friend's funeral, I mean, it's horrible and I wish I could have been there, but that's what's been going on,
And, you guys, I think this is the first time that you've publicly gave a statement about this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And obviously you're doing it with me. We're going to put it out there for the world. Why did you choose to do it now? And why did you choose to not speak to anybody but me?
Right. Okay. Well, Officer Tatum, I've been watching you for a good while now. And, I think you're a great guy. You've kind of, ever since things got really hot, you've kind of been on my friends and I's side. And I really like that about you. I mean, I thought you were very confident, well-spoken, and I really enjoyed that. And all my friends and I watch you. We all think you're great. We love your faith with the Lord. We try to be closer and closer with the Lord every day. And so did Nolan, and, that we just really liked the way you spoke about us and how you took our side, not based off someone's agenda and, based off of race. Cause I mean, that's a horrible thing,
Was this about race? Did this have anything to do with race as far as from your perspective?
Absolutely not. I mean, Nolan's been a great friend of mine since 8th grade. Nolan isn't my only friend of color. And, you know, I have plenty of friends through high school and friends I have now, not just Nolan, who are Black, Mexican.
Why would you think that he would exclude to where? Well, I guess we can kind of rule it out because I guess it wasn't no beatings or like no marks or no beatings or nothing like that. But I guess we still got to wait for the strangulation. But why would he rule out, like, a possibility of another white person doing something, or a black person, or just somebody else being violent, or probably doing something to Nolan when his little brother had a fight right before they kind of left?
Yeah, they look. This is the thing. You think that this conversation is organic, but it's not. It's scripted. He can only say certain things because there's people that's listening that could use whatever he says against him.
Right.
So he's not gonna say that he thinks it was a murder because now, how do you know? How do you know somebody else did it? Now it brings speculation back on him. So to just totally deny it altogether is the reasonable course of action.
Right.
But they're not going to say anything about it could have been somebody else or something else either. That's another thing. They're saying that he drowned, but they don't say how he drowned, where he was at when he drowned.
Right.
You know, because if he got pulled under by an undertow, the undertow is not going to pull you under and keep you at the spot where you drowned at. The undertow is going to pull you under and wash you out to sea. That's what it does. And if you're able to hold your breath when you're pulled under in the undertow, you could be pulled out 5 miles out to sea.
That's great.
And have to tread water to get back. There's people that have talked about this where they've been sucked in an undertow. Surfers have been talked about shit like this. And
that it's like, I guess not little funnels, but like I guess within the ocean you can get caught in a little world water and it just take you somewhere up under the water type shit.
so an undertow is a current that's beneath the surface. Okay. And sometimes it expands to the surface, depending on how strong the current is. And that's due to the waves that's crashing in around the whole fucking, the sea. That's due to that, right? Water, when the crashes down, creates a displacement of water. Like it creates an air pocket. That air pocket has to escape. When it escapes by doing what? Forcefully rising to the surface, right? The undertow does the opposite of that. The undertow will, instead of forcefully rising to the surface, it's going to forcefully pull you to the floor of the ocean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's almost the whole thing, man, is set up to where it's like a big washing machine, sort of like.
That's crazy. You get caught in something like that in that big body of water. Man, that's why. Man, I ain't going in the ocean, man. I ain't getting on no big. I ain't getting on no boat. I ain't doing none of that shit. I mean, not no ship.
Man, I've swam in the ocean. I've swam in the straits. Over there where they talking about they fighting that right now.
I know. I remember you were saying you was over there.
I swam in that part right there.
That's
The
crazy.
Straits of Hormuz.
Yeah, the Straits.
It's like right off
the
Straits of Hormuz, and then there's a big ass opening over there, and we were out there in that big ass opening, and we swam right there. But
so is the water salty than the motherfucker?
It is, bro, and it's easy to swim, man. It's easy to swim out there. Your body is more buoyant in salt water than it is in fresh water. That's another thing. So in order for, it's like when I first went to San Diego, I thought I was gonna have to tread water when I went swimming and surfing try to surf and right off the coast out there. But nigga, you don't even have to tread water to float out there. You don't even have to tread water. Just your body is just buoyant out there in that water. That's why I'm saying you're not going to be washed up on an island when all the water is rushing past the island to the larger shore. If you drown on an island, you're going to wash up on the shore of the mainland because your body is literally going to be pulled out to sea. And instead of washing back up on the island, you're going to bypass all that shit and go straight to shore, just like a surfer does. If you look out there on Horn Island, there's no waves, brother. There's no waves like there is on the shore of that shit. So all the water is going towards the major landmass. It's not sticking around. The currents aren't sticking around those islands. So, because you got to imagine, the islands is shallow water. In between the islands is deep water. You see what I'm saying? So if anything, if the body's going to sink to the bottom, it's not going to sink to the bottom of shallow water. It's going to be pulled out and sinking at the bottom of deep water.
Mm-hmm. But then if it sinks to as far as in the deep water, how long would it take for it to flow back up to the top?
Usually it don't take that long because it's very buoyant. That's the thing. If they was out there for 40 hours searching for this cat, which is like 2 days, they should have saw some type of sign of him. Some type of sign of him. And if that island is it's probably no bigger than like what, 15, 20 miles, they could ride a boat around that whole island in less than a day. So if you got people out there, a search party out there, and everybody's doing like a sweep of that area around the island, they can sweep all of those islands at one time. They still didn't find nothing in 40-something hours.
That's what they were saying. They were checking all the islands, supposedly.
See? So where was he? Underwater? And if he was underwater, I'm pretty sure sonar would have picked him up. It picks up fish underwater. You don't think it's going to pick up a human-sized body underwater?
Right.
The Coast Guard can do that from a distance with their boats. But nobody found anything. And then all of a sudden on the 6th, bam, he's found on the shore by some, who was it that found him?
A park ranger, something like that.
A park ranger. Why would a park ranger be on Horn Island if the island is empty?
It was in the morning and everything at 8:45.
What a coinky-dink. So they got park rangers out there because them the motherfuckers are stopping people from shitting on the island, remember? Them the motherfuckers are stopping people from camping on the island. All of these islands, these old military forts and installations are still manned. Just like security mans empty malls and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So these are assets that can't be abandoned because of the type of activity that occurred on them. I mean, they got Gulf Island Wilderness. You got Gulf Island Wilderness. You got a freaking outpost that they don't want to show on Google Maps now. And then they try to make it seem like nobody goes out to this island. This shit is somebody's always out there, man. Always. The Coast Guard is not even 5 miles away from that shit. There's islands that aren't even a mile away that have people on them. And you don't think they know what's going on out there? Like I said, people need to look into the Pascagoula dogman and the Biloxi sea monster. I know that sounds.
The sea monster and the Pascagoula the dog man.
The Pascagoula dog man, dog. You can just look up Mississippi sea monsters or Mississippi dog man stories. Bro, there's credible people, black people that'll tell you, bro, they saw these things, man, and they couldn't believe their motherfucking eyes. And they try to report it, nigga, and the cops made fun of them.
Bless you.
But these people are serious, man. I'm telling you. I was following a black couple that was saying that they saw this shit. And I was like, man. And I heard about this shit like when I was in the military. You know, because we try to choose our duty stations and shit. And they was telling me you might want to check these duty stations, see about the locals and all that shit before you go and stay out there and bring your family out there, because some of these people ain't living the way you think they living. Yep.
Man, let me play this video real quick, man.
Bro, all I typed in, you can go to YouTube and type in Mississippi, and I typed in Mississippi, and the first thing that came up was Mississippi Dog Man. I ain't even lying.
That's because you already be on it. You been on it.
People been talking about this shit for a long time, and I know that we think
Dog Man in the Mississippi sea monster.
Yep. Now it doesn't have to be an actual man that they're talking about. It just has to be a big ass canine that's the height of a man. Because when you look at a wolf head on, you don't see its back legs. You just see front legs, right? And you see the head. If you see one that's 6 foot fucking tall like that, nigga, you gonna think that's a motherfucking man with a dog head, dog.
Well, I know
Especially if you're looking at a straight arm.
That was like that over there in Russia or something. That motherfucker was a black wolf. That motherfucker was black in the mind. That motherfucker was big in the motherfucker. That shit was kind of crazy.
And that is not uncommon, bro. Have you ever seen dogs that walk on their back legs?
Yeah,
because
but not like that though.
Yeah, there are dogs that walk on their back legs, bro.
Like some show dogs or something, like some circus dogs or something.
There's regular people that got dogs that do that too. It's not an uncommon thing for dogs to take on those characteristics. It's almost like adaptations. It's like the shit that they say the monkey learned how to use his thumbs because, none of the food that he grabbed, he could grab with just his forefingers. He had to use the thumb. So that right there was an adaptation. It's an adaptation, not an evolution. You know what I'm saying? Because you got people that don't have no arms and they learn how to drive cars with their feet. They learn how to cook with their feet. They learn how to take care of themselves with nothing but their feet.
You seen that? I seen a motherfucker in a goddamn jewelry store robbing a goddamn jewelry store in the goddamn little wheelchair thing, the little the wheelchair, and the motherfucker had a pistol in with his feet and cocked that bitch back. I'm trying to see if I can find that motherfucker, man. So I say, man, what the fuck? This nigga is robbing the damn store with no hands. He got the gun in his feet. I think he popped that motherfucker too.
And nigga adapted.
Man, let me see let me play this video. I'm gonna see if I can find it, bro.
I've never looked at that, and none of my friends ever have. And if you do, that's disgusting.
And if you had a chance to, tell the world that have painted this picture of you and your friends as being potential murderers of Nolan, white supremacists, racists, what would you want the world to know if you can summarize to them in a very short paragraph or a few sentences?
Yeah.
What would you want to say to them if you had the opportunity?
I would want to say to them that my family and I are praying for y'all. I can never bring myself to tell somebody that I'm going to kill them and that I'm going to, I've received and my family's received absolutely horrible threats about this. And, I want people to know that our faith with the Lord is stronger and means more to us than anything. And we all trust in the Lord, and for the Lord to reveal the truth. And I know that's what will happen because I have faith and my family has faith. But I want people to know that I'm praying for them. And if they want to speak hate and speak, these horrible things, and I mean, you're obviously not in the right state of mind, and you need to work on yourself. It's a horrible thing, and but race was never a thing between Nolan and I and my friends. I mean, I have friends in my friend group that are Mexican and mixed, black. I mean, that's never mattered. And I think it's just absolutely disgusting that people try to make this narrative out of something that it's absolutely not, first off, and out of something that they have zero facts about. Jackson County hasn't released any facts. There haven't been any facts about this case other than that, just timelines and, stuff like that. But it's horrible that people have made this out to be something that it's absolutely not. And it's disgusting in my opinion.
Was Nolan the only black person on that island?
Absolutely not. I saw a lot of black people. And like I said, I mean, it's not pointed out or anything. I mean, I wasn't looking at that, but my buddy Trayson was out there and, he's mixed. Javon was out there. He's came out. He's mixed. I know a bunch of my friends that are black that were out there that day that I haven't even mentioned. I mean, Nolan was not the only black person out there by no means. I mean, there was thousands of people out there, white, Mexican, black, everyone,
And in the friend group, is Nolan the only black person in the friend group?
Absolutely not. My buddy Trayson's black. I have other friends of color. I mean, our friend group is very tight, and we have not a small group of guys, but we have 10 to 12 guys in my friend group, and we're all from Ocean Springs, and we grew up together. But Nolan is not the only black guy in my friend group by any means, and everybody knows that.
There's controversy around the CETO, right? You guys called it in.
Right.
They have that record of you guys, making that emergency call.
Right.
But then there's this, I guess, graphic of you guys traveling at a slow speed. Then all of a sudden you accelerate.
Right.
People are saying that that's an indication of something afoot or foul play going on in that timeline. What do you have to say to the naysayers who are mentioning that something must have happened, that you guys were going slow, then you accelerated all of a sudden?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely not. We got towed probably a quarter mile. Like I said, my buddy Bart drove his boat up next to ours after he pulled us out away from the island. And then he towed us a little more while we were trying to get the motor figured out. I mean, the motor would trim down. So then eventually, and the motor wouldn't trim down. And so eventually we figured out if you held the manual trim on the motor will stay in the water even when you start to accelerate. Because when my buddy would put the boat in gear and forward, the motor would come right back up. So it trimmed down, but then it'd come right back up when you went to go put it in forward and drive off. So yeah, we stopped at one point. My buddy pulled the plug out the boat, got back in the boat, the captain of the boat, got in the water, pulled the plug out the boat, got back in the boat and hit it. And like I said earlier, we all transferred our weight to the front. So, because there was so much water in the back of the boat that when my buddy had it pinned out all the way, trying to go as fast as we can, and the boat was still sitting like this on the water. None of it wouldn't have been planed out. So we had to move all the weights to the front of the boat. Everybody had to get on the bow, and eventually we planed. Everybody got sat back. And when you're on plane and you're going, water starts coming out the boat. Like that's the whole reason he pulled the plug. Because when you come out the water and you're on plane and the boat's level, water starts coming out the boat. So, I mean, that's why we came to a stop, so he could jump in the water, pull the plug, and then we hauled in. There was no stopping, because if you do stop, the water starts coming back in the boat because the plug's out. So
there's nothing nefarious there. It's just a formality of trying to unplug the boat and
absolutely not
get it docked properly.
Correct. I mean, we were just trying to, solve the boat's issues, because we wouldn't have ever gone anywhere if the boat wasn't figured out. So,
and Nolan being a really good friend of yours, really good friend of all of you guys,
some of you guys have been accused of killing him. I mean, obviously he was somebody you knew, somebody you spent a lot of time with. With all that has gone on, if Nolan was here, what do you think he would say about all this?
At Cox, your internet and mobile price won't change for 5 years, from 5 Halloweens to 5 4th of Julys. Same price, guaranteed. Cox, a step ahead. Requires 2 gig speeds and gig unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
I think Nolan has one of the most, I mean, Nolan's one of the best men I've ever met. I mean, he has an amazing heart. And like I said in the beginning, I mean, Nolan is one of the nicest and sweetest people I've ever met. I mean, seriously, he had no hate in his heart whatsoever. I think if Nolan knew this was going on, he'd be sick to his stomach. I mean, Nolan hated all hate and arguing and drama. He didn't like any of that. So, I mean, I think if Nolan knew this was going on, he'd be very, very upset. I mean, it's horrible. If he knew his friends were getting these threats and, you know, we were, you know, felt threatened for our lives, I mean, Nolan would be traumatized if he was here. Like, and if he knew that, like, I mean, he was a person of no violence, and, you know, he had a really good heart. He would hate it.
You think your friendship with Nolan inspired you to want to speak out?
Of course. I mean, I know Nolan. And like I said, I've been really tight with Nolan since 8th grade. And he's a best friend of mine. He's like a brother. And Nolan's the type of guy to fight back for what's right and fight for the truth. And I know Nolan would tell me if he was here to fight back and make sure the truth is out and make sure your word is out, because that's what matters most.
So after all that's been said in this interview, do you have any theories about what could have possibly happened to Nolan?
You know, my buddies and I have talked about it. And like I said, I mean, I've been on the water my entire life. My friends have. It's not like we're unexperienced in this, but Nolan was my best friend, and he was my friend's best friends. And well, he was like a brother to me. And more than anything, and the thing that's most important is what happened to him. And I mean, I want to know just as much as anybody else. I mean, that's all. Like, my friends haven't stopped talking about that. Like, what happened, and, you know, like, just trying to figure it out. But I would never want to put it on somebody else because of the hate that I've received for just being out there around them, and my name getting brought up because I called the Coast Guard. I was the first one to call the Coast Guard. I mean, I don't know. And I want to know more than anybody. I mean, my friends and I are have been wondering this for a while. And, you know, we just want to know as much as anybody else what happened to him. But I would never want to sit here and blame anybody else and put this on anybody else because of the hate and death threats that my family and my friends have received. It's horrible. And I would never want someone else to experience that, you know?
Yeah, especially if there's no evidence to it.
Exactly.
So I got 2 more things I want to address directly. Mm-hmm. It's been said out there that you guys immediately deleted your social media, lowered it up as if you were in some type of fear that you would be implicated in this. What do you say to that?
I mean, of course we lowered up. And of course, you know, I deleted my social media. I was getting death threats before anything ever came out because I was the one that called the Coast Guard. I mean, people put this all on me because I was the one that called. I was the one that was, you know, worried. My friends were just as well. I mean, of course I deleted all my social media. I was getting insane death threats, like stuff I couldn't even believe 2 days after. And, you know, we went straight to the police. I wanted the police to come and ask questions. I wanted them to know and have all of my information. And, I mean, people were accusing me of murdering my best friend. It's sick. I mean, like, just because of race. I mean, it's disgusting. It makes me sick to my stomach. I mean, I got off of social media because there were people saying insane things to me and my family, and I just couldn't sit there and look at it. I mean, that's it.
And Warren, thank you so much, man, for being bold and courageous, for telling your story.
So, man, what you think about that? About the
I
ending
think
part right there?
I think that the whole jump to conclusion thing is psyop type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like starting a fire and watch it turn into a forest fire, and then watch it turn into an out of control fire. The domino
Right.
effect type shit.
Right. Right. Now, what
And
I
see
wanted to
these,
know, what were you gonna
huh?
say? What were you
I
gonna
was
say?
saying these guys like Al Sharpton and them who got these big ass platforms, they are working for governments, not the government, governments. They on call. You know, even with the protests, they gotta fucking file paperwork with the government to go out there and protest. So it's just weird, bro.
Hold on, I wanted to play this part on her about the part because what kind of raised my eyebrows about the situation was when Warren had called the Coast Guard, as far as you know what
Hmm.
I'm saying, like what all did he say and kind of what kind of led, because he did kind of say like he just instantly started thinking about death almost in the, not like the death, but he was thinking like, okay, yeah, like on the I guess out there you can get killed as far as if you get caught within the water, or if you don't, you know what I'm saying, you got to be kind of careful out there. But I
Hmm.
don't know if he was also saying some other undertone stuff like, yeah, stuff be going on the island as far as like, shit, you may get your ass whooped, or you may get killed dealing with the wrong people, or like you said, it may be like a secret dealing with them, dealing with them animals and stuff down there. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, they find dead dolphins, all kind of shit out in that area, bro. They find animals that look like they could be dogs, part fish, part all kind of shit. So for these guys to say that it's a definite that it was race related is a setup, is a play. Because there was no investigation. You see, and the investigation that was done on both behalves, which was an autopsy, right? That shit came back inconclusive, almost like saying he died from natural causes.
Right, right.
When you say somebody died from natural causes, and you're talking about it involves water, what? He didn't know how to swim? Yeah, he knew how to swim. Was he strong enough to swim? Yeah, he was strong enough to swim. Was he in the area where other people were swimming? Yeah, he was in the area where other people. See how all the checks match, you know, check the box. But when
But
you start
it's hard to
saying,
say that, within them certain areas where like it can be like 5 foot of water, then it can just drop to 12 foot or 20 foot. You know what I'm saying? It's like I was showing you them different colors.
hmm but that
They said
doesn't
it was
matter to a
probably
person that's swimming though. It don't matter to a person
right.
that's swimming.
Right, if you can stay afloat, right?
Well, you're gonna stay afloat because it's easier to swim in salt water than it is fresh water. And then two, right? If you're swimming in deep water and you're with other people, somebody's gonna see you go down, or they're gonna notice you not there, and they're gonna look for you. Nobody looks for this cat at all,
Right.
so
And
that would
that's why
mean
I was
that
tripping off the girl because they were supposed to be booed up all day. They supposed to be hugged up all day. They're supposed to be this new little girl he met out there. They hugged up every time people seen him. He hugged up with her, but she ain't really just stamped the time that Nolan left her.
she probably ain't part of the whole fucking shit. Think about it. I think these kids been schooled by their parents to say don't say too much involving the location because believe it or not, that's a tourist attraction. You know, don't say too much about what you think might be out there in that water because, for one, sound crazy, and two, ain't nobody gonna back you up because that's a major tourist attraction. People going out there every year, if not year round, fishing and swimming and shit like that.
What it
So,
do, K Dub in the club throwing 100 dubs. What it do?
salutes. So
Nah,
my
what I
thing is,
don't know what you gonna say. My bad.
my thing is this right here. How much of an investigation can you do outside of what they already done?
But I guess just keep on talking to more people. I guess more people keep coming. I guess they supposedly had interviewed either 60 or 80 people. So I guess all that's gonna come out. You know what I'm saying? Whenever they present it to the grand jury, and I guess everybody be able to look through everything and stuff like that once it hit the public.
But interviews are voluntary. It's not like a interrogation where they bring you in to question you. These are people that probably did a statement over the phone.
Well, but that's why they
But
said that. Well, they didn't do it over the phone, but that's why that Tatum said that they had took the little lie detector test. I forgot what it's called, but they didn't take
the
that. I guess they
polygraph test.
got a polygraph. I guess they got something new now. That's like a computer analyzed like your breath and your breathing and your temperature and your talking. I guess it's like a analyzation. I don't know if it's like an upgrade or whatever, but I guess some of the
No.
kids that did that.
Polygraph test can't even be used in court because of the major inconsistencies. The polygraph test is working off of reflexes and involuntary twitches, heart rate and shit like that. But you can raise your heart rate by breathing too fast or holding your breath.
Right.
Look up the sheephead fish of Pascagoula, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Sheephead, just like it sounds. SHEEPHEAD. Sheephead fish of Pascagoula. And you'll see what I'm talking about, man.
Strike the fish.
Huh? What'd you say?
Real quick.
Oh, shit. Sheephead fish. When you see that these fish got human teeth, bro, come on now.
I
You
like the
think that
bird
they
and shit. Oh, okay. Yeah, that
the
motherfucker.
sheephead fish? Yeah. They say it look like human teeth. Nigga, look and is two different things. You see what I'm saying? They can say it look all they want, but that shit is real. It is. It's true.
That shit look crazy as hell right there. Is that damn that damn experiment shit you talking about?
Well, I mean, that's an abnormality. The fish shouldn't have no fucking human teeth.
Why the fuck is this goddamn fish right here? That's like a goddamn like what's the damn fish? That motherfucker kind of big. That motherfucker used to be kind of small though.
Man, them fish they can get as big as they want to get as long as they got a food source and freedom.
Yeah, them African cichlids. Yeah, them African cichlids. That motherfucker right there big. That motherfucker big. I thought that was
Now,
a small little fish.
Imagine if that motherfucker bites you
I
with
wonder
them
how
teeth,
big
nigga.
these motherfuckers get.
These fish can get huge, dog. They can get huge. Them motherfuckers, some of them look like sea monsters out there, bro. Some of them got fangs like vampires. Some of them got teeth like humans. Some got motherfucking lips like humans, eyes like humans.
They can be 34 inches, 25 pounds.
Shit, they can be bigger than that, bro. You know, that's the thing about the oceans. You never know what's up under the water until you see it up close and personal.
Say the maximum size is 70. 70 centimeters.
That's what they know of. Hmm.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, damn, that's it. Damn. Motherfuckers over there making the fish and making the goddamn
But look, they'll tell you that this is normal. This is natural. Come on, man. It's natural for teeth to grow in a fish that breathe underwater.
yeah, that's
Teeth like that.
yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. That was some straight human teeth right there. That's some crazy shit right there.
They'll tell you they look like it. They're not real human teeth, but these motherfuckers, they know that looks and what it is, that's two different things. They not gonna say those are human teeth.
That could be the
You
dolphins or it could be them motherfuckers.
man, just like they make tilapia, they can make any fish. I told what was I telling us that we stock the oceans with fish? Man,
Mm.
come on, bro.
You
Come
did say
on,
that the
man.
other day. Yeah, you did say that.
We
Yeah, you got
do.
like the ocean.
Not just over here in America. They do it in other countries too.
Stocking the
And
ocean
it
like a little pond and shit. Man.
exactly, bro. Exactly. And you put two breeding mates, two breeding pair out there in the ocean, and you monitor them, make sure they survive, and they have kids. Man, that's how you build a school of fish in a short period of time.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Which makes me think that the whole mermaid shit ain't too far fetched
Come
too as
on,
well.
man.
Hey man, one turn deserves another, brother. I'm telling you.
I like that though. I like that though. I like that. Nah, that's a fact though. It is, you know what I'm saying? We gotta
Why
recognize.
do but why do we believe that they can genetically splice seeds and create a new plant, but we don't believe that they can artificially inseminate other animals with different animals, even human genetics, and come out somewhere deformed, almost like a human,
Mm,
almost like a fish.
mm.
When I've seen kids in real time in this fucking hospital in Louisiana that had hands that looked like pig hoofs, nigga.
Say before it's over with, before the scientist shit is over with, they gonna make a motherfucking manatee. Is that what that shit is called? A manabore? A manadabore? Whatever that shit called.
Man, they've been experimenting on
With that
humans
half, that with
for
that half horse,
thousands of years. The super soldier program. You know
with
who
that
the
half
first super
horse,
soldier
half
was?
man. It's that half horse, half man shit.
Yep. And the super soldier program, the United
Oh yeah,
States
super
showed the
soldier.
superiority with Jackie Robinson. Nigga, Jackie Robinson was part of the super soldier program. Ain't that the nigga that went over to Germany and beat all the Germans?
Yeah, yeah, that's Jackie Rock. Yeah, no, hold on, yeah,
And they was
hold
experimenting
on.
with
Jackie
steroids and all kind of
Robinson.
shit, dog.
Hold on,
Hmm?
Jackie Robinson was the one that played baseball, right? Hold on, what was? No, that was Nah, I'm tripping. What's that, Jackie Robinson?
Let's see. I don't know.
Forgot his
I
name.
thought it was. Nah, it wasn't Jackie Robinson. It was somebody else.
Yeah,
Fuck,
I
who was
forgot
it?
his name.
But
Yeah, he
they've
didn't
been
know that's what them niggas off. He say that's the American. He say that's the all American. The serum. Jesse Owens, right? Jesse
Jesse Owens,
Owens.
yeah, Jesse
Yeah,
Owens.
that's a fact. All right, man, I want to get your take on, because you know what I'm saying, 'cause I want to get his perspective right here. I guess he was a black kid that was out there. He wasn't his black friend, and he was on the. That's what I'm saying. It was like hella fights. Like he got into a fight, and then he left, and then the white dude that was just talking, uh, his little brother got into a fight. So it's like motherfuckers out there scrapping, and he's supposed to be staying with a female. Like, who's to say that whoever they was out there getting into it with didn't like double back and get him up out the way?
Yeah, but if he would have been beat to death, or they would jumped all on that shit. They
But
would have
what?
jumped all on that shit.
Well, what about being choked out? Because they were saying shit, they really wasn't. You know what I'm saying? But they really won't leave no bruise.
You don't need the throat to prove that he was choked out.
So what would you need? What, the lungs or something? Or the stomach?
Well, you don't need the lungs either. Just the tissues around the neck proves it.
Oh, just the tissue. Well, would that be the bruising that you're talking about, or what?
That's the thing. They did say there was bruising at the back of the neck, right? And
Well,
people
they
tried to
said it
say,
wasn't bruising. Well, I guess it was up under the skin. Like it wasn't like. I guess it wasn't. I guess it was like the tissue up under the skin was bruised or something like that, or was kind of red or something.
yeah. So look, with the combination of the throat, the back of the neck, and the lungs, the Mississippi coroner would have came up with a conclusion that was foul play.
Right.
And
Right.
look, they didn't just turn over the body without the throat. They gave them a whole. They gave them a write up on what was up with the throat. And the reason why the motherfuckers from Washington didn't pursue it is beyond me. The write up must have been enough to convince them that they didn't need the throat to do their fucking autopsy. Now, why would the U.S. government's fucking coroner, because this was a government guy that did the shit, right?
Right.
So the coroner was supposedly a government coroner. And he didn't say nothing other than, yeah, we didn't get the throat. Right? So who did the independent autopsy?
I guess it was the black dude. The black dude the black dude from the DC area that I guess he worked for the government or something. Well, he did, or I don't know if he still do, but I guess that's who they hired.
So the date of the autopsy was performed July 10th, 6 days after Wells went missing.
Right.
Condition of the body, face, limitations due to absence of certain body parts, which were retained by the initial autopsy conducted by the Mississippi State medical examiners, right? But when you're doing an autopsy independently, right, and you request information about something, it's up to you whether you take on the acceptance of that, right? So whatever they said to them convinced them enough that they took the body, but it still wasn't suspicious enough to make them claim that it was foul play. You see what I'm saying? Because what's the name said, hey, this is common for them to keep certain parts of the body, right? Almost like saying, they kept the throat, don't worry about that. But remember, they kept the throat, right? and the lungs. Don't worry about that. What we worried about is what's on people's phones. Get the fuck out of here. No, nigga. The body is gonna tell you what the fuck happened, not the motherfucker's phones. You got to look. In order for there to be a murder, you got to have one thing and one thing only to tie it to a murder, and that's the body. You can have the weapon with no body. There's still no murder. You can have the location with all the blood, no body. There's still no murder. The only way you can prove that there was a murder and you got the weapon, the location, is the body. They got the body, they got the location, and they know the weapon in which they assume he died from, which was drowning. So why aren't they fucking saying, flag on the motherfucking play? We want to see this fucking throat. Why aren't they?
Because the parents said that the sheriff had said it too early, but that the sheriff shouldn't have said that it wasn't no foul play that early without it being a full autopsy. You know?
Because they've seen that shit before. They've seen what people look like when they drown out there. They've seen that shit.
Yeah, right.
And look, this is the thing. For them not to say, oh, we've seen this before, whatever's wrong with his throat ain't the first time we've seen this.
Right.
For them to say that would be like, hey, so y'all can take y'all attention off these boys and off a race, and we can look at what this really is. What caused his throat to look like or be like what it is, the reason why we kept it. And they can't explain it. They can't explain it. Not unless they go down a rabbit hole. And they're not willing to go down no rabbit hole. They don't even want to entertain no rabbit hole shit.
Well, we gonna find out here soon. Hold on, let me get this off real quick.
Mm-hmm. That's the other boy.
I spent all day with him. Minus.
Yeah, but this the black kid. I mean, he one of the black friends. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. The one that the parents say.
Yeah, that said they really wasn't his friend like that.
Yeah. How they know?
Right.
Our boat. And they were screaming. I turned my head and I was like, yo, there's a spot over there, where they end up anchoring out. I helped them set their stern anchor. From the time they showed up until now, going back to it, 20 minutes before they left, I was with them. That's who I was with. I spent all day with them, minus the morning time before they got out there. But from the time they got out there to the time they went back in, I was with them. Those are my friends, man. Those are my guys.
Yeah, I want to get a few more details.
I'm sorry about that.
I know that. Yeah, go ahead. I know that you were all over the news because there was a perceived fight. People, this is the thing that gets me, and I want to you clarify this. When I saw the video that they put out on the internet claiming that Nolan was saying, "Give me my effing phone back," the coach came out. Nolan's coach came out and said immediately he knew it wasn't Nolan's voice, and obviously it wasn't Nolan's voice because you were the one that was
me yelling,
in there yelling. You got into an altercation with somebody. What happened after that? Like, put me in your place where the fight is over. Whatever happened. Nolan is somewhere. You're somewhere. You're hanging out. And when was the last time that you saw Nolan before you left Horn Island?
So, after the fight, I didn't stay on Horn Island much longer. So the objective. So I was really upset. So with you hearing me yelling, my uncle had told me to get on the boat and wouldn't let me back off the boat. Obviously, I was really mad and I wanted to fight, wanted to get off. What wasn't smart, man. And so I was on the boat, I'm yelling. And shortly after that, I left the island. I left probably 30 to 45 minutes after I got into a fight. We started to pack up and left because I was so upset. As Javon mentions, that they were ready to get me back to land because I was really mad. I was genuinely really mad. But the last time I saw Nolan, I was walking to the boat. This was before the fight. It's me and my old lady. We had just got out of a group of people. Nolan was walking towards Wyatt's boat. I was walking in the opposite direction towards my boat. And I dabbed Nolan up. I made a slick comment about something, actually about the girl that he was with. I made a slick comment to him, us joking around, and I kept going. And not even 10 minutes after that is when I got into a fight. Last thing I told Nolan was, all right, buddy, I love you. See you later. And I'm glad I said it. I had been under the influence a little bit, and that's probably why I did say it at the time, just, getting all lovey-dovey. But I'm at peace I said it. I'm glad I said it. That was my last encounter with Nolan. Just telling him I love him.
Did you have any, so you leave the island, did you have any encounters or association with these phones, with the keys? Did you have any connection to any of that?
I did not. So what I know, Warren started, I got my first phone call from Warren at about 9:20. I didn't answer it. I was asleep. I'd been on the boat all day. I didn't feel like going to party anymore. I went to bed. So I got my first phone call about 9:20, and I didn't wake up again until a little after 11 o'clock. And that was to my brother coming in the room being like, hey, Warren's trying to get a hold of you. You need to answer the phone. They're looking for.
All right, so
What happened?
okay, so what's making me question right now, because you said that Warren tried to call him about 9 something. So Warren said that they left the island at 4:30 and they end up getting a tow and stuff like that, or they end up getting some help or whatever, but they end up making it back to the dock or making it back to their house or whatever around 6:30, and that they ate and kind of laid down and stuff like that, and then they had headed to his girlfriend's house where they were supposed to be popping firecrackers that night and stuff like that, and that he was I guess he was like upstairs talking to her daddy or something like that about boats or something like that, and but he said that I guess once people started coming over to the girl's house, everybody started meeting all back up, and Nolan wasn't around. I guess that's when people started asking questions and stuff like that. Now, at first I wasn't even questioning the white boys, but now I'm starting to question the dude Warren, because he said that he called him at 9 something, and then I guess he was trying to get in touch with him some more, to where somebody had came in there and woke him up and said, okay, well, Warren trying to get in touch with you. I guess it's about 11:30. Warren then called another black dude of a Javion, and got Nolan's mama number, and ended up calling her around 11 to ask her, was it okay for him to call the Coastal Guard, because Nolan ain't around, and I guess he was kind of worried, but it looked like he was worried before 11, around 9 something, whenever he started calling down, started reaching out to people. So I'm like, damn, why would he do that so early? You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, if you just kind of just got back and it only been like a couple of hours and people just coming over there to your girl's house, and you just automatically thinking the worst about Nolan? Or is you out because it seemed like he was thinking about the worst, because he called the Coastal Guard, but then when Nolan's black friends had came over, and I guess the woman had came over to come get the phone that night around like 12:30 or something that night, he was saying how he he didn't think that Nolan was in no trouble. He was just probably somewhere asleep, and they've been drinking all day. But then I was thinking, like, damn, why would you call the damn Coastal Guard at 11? Why would you call this dude right here at 9 something? If when the black people come press you at 12:30, you just like, well, nah, just stop tripping because he probably just somewhere passed out sleep.
So why would he? My thing is this right here. If you're looking for somebody and all your friends is, y'all all separate, and maybe he went with somebody else, I can see him calling his friends like, "Hey, Nolan over there,"
Right.
and letting that be. But to assume that he's somewhere drunk or some shit like that has to be something that's already been done before. Meaning, like, these kids are known to be out there partying and shit and hanging out all hours of the night for days at a time over at each other's houses and shit. If they was friends since junior high, they've been doing this shit for at least 5 or 6, 7 years. And the parents been allowing it. To think that something foul happened before if he can't be found anywhere else, because obviously they didn't exhaust all of the looking it. Because if you exhausted all of that shit, right, on the 4th, you would have been out there as soon as you had an opportunity at that island to go and check to see if your boy out there on the island.
Well, that's what they did the next morning. You know what I'm
On
saying?
what? The 5th or on the 6th?
The 5th?
So on the 4th, he went missing.
Yeah, the 4th that night, or I guess from 4:30. Were they trying to say from 4:30 or from 6:30 until the night? When his mama ended up calling the police at 12 o'clock that night. So he called the Coastal Guard at 11. The mama called the police at 12. And I guess, people started going out there and, looking around that morning.
So why would they think something was wrong when he wasn't even missing for longer than 12 hours?
See, that's what got me like, damn, hold on. Why y'all already jumped to that?
Yeah, why y'all already jumped to the conclusion that something might be wrong and the day ain't even done yet?
See, at first I wasn't thinking that, you know what I'm saying, that the white boys really didn't have nothing to do with it because of how Ben Crump and them was kind of wording and shit. Like, yeah, it was only 3 white boys and Nolan, and they end up leaving them on the island, but it ended up being thousands of people out there, hundreds of boats. It's like, hold on, man. And you telling us that something deleted off his phone, and that ain't true. I ain't gonna say that ain't true because they ain't just ain't came with the evidence. But as far as like saying that, he was on video arguing with somebody about his phone, and it wasn't Nolan. And then they put out that one picture and said, well, they at the swimming pool, and this is the same night, and it was like a week before. So it's like all the information that we was getting, it's like, damn, hold on, that ain't even adding up right. But then when I'm listening to, kind of, when they kind of breaking down, when they, was getting in touch with the authority, it's like,
Bro, if they were drunk, if they were drinking all day on the 4th, right? Right? And they was at the friend's house, who was the designated driver? I would ask that question. All right, because the designated driver wasn't the one that was drinking. You think that these boys would remember everything that occurred on that day if they was shithouse drunk?
Right.
They not gonna remember shit. So that right there is the fabrication, the story that they telling.
Yeah, it's gonna be some blurry spots for real, especially at that young age.
For real, these niggas was trying to get the boat back to shore by pulling the plug on the bilge pump. Pulling the plug and then trying to race back to shore before the boat floods. You can tell that these niggas was drunk out their motherfucking mind. You don't pull the plug to let water out when you in water. I don't give a fuck how fast you going. It's not going unless these niggas is going warp fucking speed. That's not going to drain the water out the bilge, bro. Because you gotta stop to park the boat on the damn dock.
See, and that's what was kind of funny about it too, because they like, well, they did stop, and that's when I guess somebody put the plug back in or something like that.
Yeah, but they got all the water out enough to stop it like that, because the bilge pump is the pump that catches the access, because the engine of the engine of the boat uses water to cool it. Go ahead.
I don't know nothing about none of that you talking about, man. I don't
Okay,
know.
well, let me describe it for you. The bilge pump is inside of a tub along with the engine. Now that pump right there catches excess water that's used to cool the boat down, and it pumps it out.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. All right.
Okay. That plug that they talking about pulling out, that plug isn't directly connected to the bilge pump. That's connected to the hull, the undercarriage of the boat, that sometimes collects water too, as well as a reservoir for the cooling of the boat. So when you let that plug out, that shit's underwater. That shit's not above water. That plug is like at the bottom of the surface of the boat, like the under part. I got one on my boat. If it was daylight, I would go outside and show you what I'm talking about. Because I got some spare plugs. Let me go see if I can show you this plug, what I'm talking about. And theirs could be a little bit bigger since they were on a bigger boat, but it's still the same concept. But ain't no way in West Hill I'm gonna pull that motherfucking plug out while I'm on the water with that bitch. That motherfucker sink, dog. You think you gonna be able to dry that bitch fast enough to get that water out of it? Hell no. Nah.
Yeah, when
You
they
talking
said
about
that, and then I guess when that woman had went through and kind of redid that video, and I guess she's saying that they said stuff in the background, stuff like, yeah, Warren, get up, and all that other stuff. So it's kind of like, damn,
man, ain't no way.
A little bit.
That story that they used to describe all this shit, yeah, I can see why people don't believe it. But I think that story is just to, just give somebody something to think about.
Right.
Let me show you what it is. Here's one of those plugs. I'm about to show you right now. Can you see it?
Okay. Okay. So that's what
All
you
right.
put in the boat. Okay.
Yeah. So look.
That's like a little cork or something, basically.
It's like a little cork, and when you put it in there, God damn, why can't you keep this bitch up under there? When you put it in there, you twist the little knob right there, and that right there expands the rubber part, which plugs the hole.
Okay.
All right. So you unscrew it at the top right there, and that shrinks the rubber part right here. But as you twist that thing, this part right here bulges out and plugs the hole.
Okay. All right. So okay.
Yeah. So that thing is underwater though. It's not above water. When you pull that plug out, if you stop, that shit is underwater, at least by 3 or 4 feet. Especially on a boat like that. I got a 23, 24 foot Merc Cruiser. It's like a fishing boat. Yeah. And it has a 6-cylinder engine in it, right? Like a car, almost like a car engine. And that thing When the water in the bilge fills up, the only way you can get that shit out, bro, is to scoop it out if the pump ain't working. You're not going to go inside of, jump in the water, pull that plug out, and then jump back out, jump back in, and take off, and it just drains itself. That's why people having a hard time believing what these guys are saying, because the story, it seems like the story is fabricated around that. I'm telling you, they've been told not to say nothing about that area. I'm telling you. Because I know if a motherfucker was accusing me of murder and I think the motherfucker drowned because motherfuckers drown out there all the time, ain't none of them say none of that. None of them. None of them say, hey, people drown out here all.
Damn, I don't know what happened to the lawyer. He gonna slide back through. Man, shout out to the lawyer. You know he's living this life spoiled, man. You know how we doing it.
Nolan. And I'm half awake, and I pick up the phone. And by this time, nobody had came to the house to grab anything. And Nolan, Warren gets on the phone, and he's just like, hey, man, he was like, hey, have you talked to Nolan? Anything else? I was like, no, I haven't talked to him, man. He was with that girl last time I knew. And he was like, okay. He was like, man.
You good?
My bad, man.
No,
Yeah.
Good. Hey, so them plugs, is that what you take out? Like, I guess whenever you pull the boat on land and you
Yeah,
pull that,
when
you drain the water all out.
That plug lets water in. It doesn't let it in, but water gets down up under that. That also keeps the boat kind of stable.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's like weighted. But that plug right there, when you pull the boat out, it's gonna let all the water up under the hull just drain out. You know what I'm saying? It's going the bilge and all of that shit. Even if there was water in the engine, that needs to come out too, because water is being siphoned out of the water that you're in into the fucking engine to cool it down. It's like the radiator. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So water has to go in the engine in order for the engine to keep running. If not, it'll overheat and just shut off. And the bilge pump catches all the residual water from that and pumps it out. Keeps that area around the engine, dry.
Okay.
But that plug right there is up under the boat. That's not connected to the bilge.
So that's up under the boat. How the hell he do that? Damn, they must be some. Yeah, that shit is funny. Huh? They gonna have to explain that a little bit more. We're gonna hear it.
But that's a whole different story. That right there is the way he's describing that. It's because they were drunk. They don't know what the fuck they're doing, and they out there on that water. But the thing that we need to be paying attention to is where he was at when they found him and what was in the water at the time. Because I'm telling you, man, these things that's in that water, they do not go nowhere. They stay in that area.
So they still there. Something's still there, huh?
They still there, bro. Look, there's still dolphins out there that stay around that area where he was trained at.
We're gonna find out some more news that's gonna knock this out real quick. And we can't get a hold of him. We don't know where he's at. And I was like, man, it's Nolan. He's probably just out somewhere with that girl. Like, get a hold of the girl, you'll probably find Nolan. It's no big deal. And he was like, all right. He was like, but. And Nolan, Warren gets on the phone and he's just like, hey, man, he was like, hey, have you talked to Nolan? Anything else? I was like, no, I haven't talked to him, man. He was with that girl last time I knew. And he was like, okay. He was like, man, we can't get a hold of him. We don't know where he's at. And I was like, man, it's Nolan. He's probably just out somewhere with that girl. Like, get a hold of the girl, you'll probably find Nolan. It's no big deal. And he was like, all right. He was like, but I'm starting to freak out. We're getting on the phone with Coast Guard. I was like, okay. And at that time, he had already talked to his mom, Nolan's mom. And he was getting on the phone with the Coast Guard. And I'd called. I need to be specific about this. I did not call Warren's phone.
questioning that again because he said that he talked to Warren at 11:30, and Warren told him that he thinking about calling the Coastal Guard, but he done already called the Coastal Guard at 11.
See, that's what I'm saying. This is not an organic interview. This is an interview that pretty much all the questions have been reviewed and all the answers have been as well. That's why he's saying, I got to be clear about this. Because that's what they've gone over. They've talked about this. They still have an image to uphold that's going to be held, if somebody does go to court, that's going to be held against them. And it's called the court of public opinion. But look, after you finish with this, I want to show you something, and I want you to see if I want to see if you come up with the same conclusion.
I was talking on my other buddy's phone with the Coast Guard, and I'd called. At that time, he had already talked to his mom, Nolan's mom, and he was getting on the phone with the Coast Guard, and I'd called. I need to be specific about this. I did not call Warren's phone. I called another one of our buddies' phone, and it was on speakerphone. They were all together. I was talking on my other buddy's phone, talking to Warren. He was dialing Coast Guard because he hung up the phone and was like, hey, this is him, bye, and hung up the phone. And that was the last time I talked to him until the next morning when we all decided, well, when I woke up about 7 o'clock that morning, we had all decided that we were going to go out on the boat and go look for Nolan. Wyatt had already had his boat still in the water. We took that boat out. It was
What day are we talking?
That's Sunday morning.
Sunday morning on the 6th, the 5th?
So it was Saturday the 4th was the 4th of July.
Mm-hmm.
The 5th was Sunday. We were on the water from 9:45 to 11:50, 12 o'clock era, about lunchtime.
Mm-hmm.
While we were on the water, we talked to a rescue guy, and he told us to get off the water and said that they kind of had the island and the water under control. That's the professionals, man.
Yeah.
They told us to get on social media and find out any information we can. And by that time, we had already talked to a good amount of people out there. So it just made sense. So we went back in and we concluded our search and started to search all socials and started sharing everything we could and try to get a hold of anybody that could have talked to Nolan, that Nolan possibly would have reached out to. And that led into the night. It led all night long. I didn't sleep at all Sunday. Monday, I was up at 5 a.m. I was putting fuel in our boat at 6. I got told that we were taking out another boat to Chandelier at 7. So I put my boat back on the lift, and I went to McDonald's, and then I got the news after I left McDonald's that his body was found. So it was already a plan that we were going and searching and trying to do everything we possibly can. And that's all I wanted to do. Is I wasn't there to help him out in his last minutes, but now I feel like as a friend and as one of my guys, man, I do everything in my power to help now. And that's why I have reached out to the family. I have donated to the family, and I have giving them just your normal death gifts, I would say, as you pay your respects. And
Quit Kratom and 70H. See a licensed clinician from anywhere. Book a visit today to get started.
Do you think Benjamin Crump being involved in this case made it better or worse?
100,000 times % worse. Because why on a Tuesday after where has your civil rights been broken? Where has it been shown? You brought Benjamin Crump to stir up a community that's already tight-knit. Yeah, we might not be best friends with everybody, but I promise, if you're talking about Ocean Springs as a whole, Ocean Springs is going to have Ocean Springs back, 110%. We back each other. Everybody I've seen, we back each other. And for them to push this narrative and really push it, just shows me is like you have no idea who you're dealing with or who you're messing with. And I think he's taking the grieving parents and manipulating and turning this and making it sound all bad, because it's nothing's like that at all. No.
Have you gotten death threats? Or, because I know that the other young men that I spoke to about this, especially the white young men, they're getting all kind of death threats. They're being accused of killing Nolan. Did you get the same backlash and threats that some of those guys have gotten?
Yes, I've gotten the death threats per se, but I've also gotten the threats along the lines of where it's like I've been cast out of the black community. I've been called white. I've been called a wetback. All these things. I've been sent photos of me and my grandmother, and they've been told that she's the devil. She's just looking for the time to kill you. You need to be careful and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, man, if y'all want to know the story, the only people that showed up for me in my whole life has been my white side of my family. So for y'all to sit there and drag their name and to drag me down, and I'm supposed to be one of y'all, and you're supposed to have my back, and we're supposed to be in this together, and it's really eye-opening.
Did it shock you that it turned this way? Meaning that, you see everything happen. Nolan was your friend. From all the young men I talked to, it seemed like Nolan was the life of the party. Everybody loved Nolan. He gets along with everybody. Everybody's cool. And everybody feels like Nolan made them feel like everybody's his best friend, right? I mean, everybody felt connected to Nolan. Were you shocked that it turned like this? I mean, where this community was tight-knit, Nolan's friend group was tight. He ends up losing his life in an unfortunate situation, which nobody knows exactly what happened. Did it shock you that it turned into some racial thing?
Yes, racial, I do agree. Now, it going famous or going viral, that part didn't shock me. Thinking about it and being honest, like, that's not a surprise because everybody didn't love Nolan. Especially around here, everybody loved Nolan. So for people to repost that, they know Nolan. I mean, they know he did not have one hateful thing in his heart. And racism, no. That was a shock. That was a complete shock from his mom and from his stepdad. Like,
well, I just kind of wanted to show that part about them being on the island and about them making that call to the okay, so that you disconnected your device. But I wanted to show that as far as him making the call and as far as him last seeing Nolan on the island and stuff like that. Now I'm gonna go to this right here.
Really can't win some of those cases. But in that case out in the Florida A&M football player, I believe his name was Jonathan Farrell. He died, got shot, killed by the police out there.
Have you ever wanted to see your home from space? With this free satellite Earth Maps tool, you can zoom right down to your...
My earbuds went dead, bro. How's my mic?
Yeah, but you good now.
Okay.
So this dude right
here. You said his stepdad?
No, but this dude right here is Nolan's barber. He's been knowing him since he was a kid. He grew up with his mom and stuff like that. He cool with his dad and stuff like that. But I wanted to bring in this little piece right here as far as the information that they heard within the streets down there.
Warren's stepmother reached out. Warren had a couple phone calls. Some of the other parents reached out. And I just wish that Benjamin Crump would have given advice as a responsible person that is acting in good faith to say, hey, let's communicate with their lawyers, because we're not going to get their testimony from the police until the police is finished with the investigation. This could be months later. How about we go lawyer to lawyer? Let's talk through this and figure out, what do you know? What do we know? So we can get to the bottom of what could have happened. Because based on my research and the interviews I've done, Warren and the rest of these kids weren't there. They were gone on the boat. They showed me Life 360, GPS tracking. They had witness testimony. That girl, Katie, I seen her text message where she said that Nolan didn't get back on the boat. Like, so all this is showing me that these young men that were initially accused were gone. And there were people who saw Nolan afterwards. And I want us to focus on those people. You know what I'm saying? Like, who saw him then? Let's talk to these people, because we're going in this direction with these young people that said that they already talked to the cops. They showed me all this stuff. It appears that they did leave, and we need to be focusing on somebody else. Either, unfortunately, he may have drowned or something happened, but there's other people out here that I feel like is not even being questioned, because all the attention is on these people. And I wish that the two families would come together and say, what do you know? What do you know? What do you know? And not get into a situation where it's a race war. And now you got people, and you said this, and you were right on point. And you said people are afraid that Benjamin is not going to get no help out here because people are afraid. And what I was told was that there may be people that seen and know more, but they don't want to run the risk of saying, I saw him last, even though I didn't do nothing, I didn't have nothing to do with it, because then they may end up getting death threats and saying that they in some conspiracy. So that's not, you didn't do the family right by doing this.
No, I truly believe, and I said this on Don's show yesterday, and I mentioned it last night, and I said I believe that Crump, if they could do over and they really wanted to look for justice, they would do things differently. I think their approach was wrong, and you're now alienating people that you need to help you on that island. But if they don't feel they're going to get treated right, going to get called racist and possibly shot and stabbed,
yeah,
they're not coming forward. Because guess what? One of the guys told me, was it Monday before last? He gave me an extra name that nobody has ever said. But he did. He was very influential in getting those people named to the police. It was one woman, it was a girl, and a guy. And he said that they were the last two that was seen with Nolan on the island. And when he found that out, and this was a black guy, this was his friend that is a black guy. When he found that out, he convinced the guy that found that out to go to the police. And they went to the police with that information. Now, I don't know where that lead went to, but you're right.
Hold on, let me bring that back one more time. Hold on.
The police, was it Monday before last? He gave me an extra name that nobody has ever said. But he did. He was very influential in getting those people named to the police. It was one woman, it was a girl, and a guy. And he said that they were the last two that was seen with Nolan on the island. And when he found that out, and this was a black guy, this was his friend that is a black guy. When he found that out, he convinced the guy.
This guy and the girl was the last people that was seen with Nolan on the island, or the so-called, I guess the last eyewitnesses. And they say that was around 6.
You don't think that they told the police that? The investigators that?
Definitely. But I don't think that, you know what I'm saying, the police knew it early though. You know what I'm saying? Because I guess motherfuckers been afraid to come forward and say anything because
That's
you
the
get
first thing
connected
they
to
do is establish alibis. That's the first thing they do with anybody that they suspect is where were you at this time? Who was around the person? But look, my thing is this right here. The boy said the so-called friend of the family, the one that you had on there before this guy,
right,
said that that's Nolan's stepfather.
right. He said that.
Now, why is that so important to point out? And I think he put that out there for a reason. To say it's not a black thing. That it's not a black and white thing because Nolan's not black. That's why he was saying that shit. Because didn't he say that everybody was calling him a wetback, a white, calling him white? And if you the same as Nolan, and you saying y'all calling me white and a wetback, but this nigga over here he ain't black either.
Well, I think
see
that
what I'm
nigga's
saying? So-
daddy black, but I don't, you know what I'm saying? But I think his daddy is black though, but not the dude though, but like a black man though, because he looked like a black dude.
Why?
He kind of mixed looking, but
Who? No.
no, yeah,
No. Why? Because of the hair?
yeah, the hair and just the face too.
Nah. See, that's the thing. Y'all need to know about this hair shit. It's not what make black people because you got real Asians. This is from China. They got nigga hair. They do that. Just like we do the straight hair shit, they do the nappy hair shit.
Yeah, but they don't
You
be
know,
brown though.
huh?
But they don't be brown though.
Shit.
They be that dark yellow.
Look how Nada C brought that picture up of that Asian lady up there the other day to throw that shit up in what's the name them face and to ask her what color she is. He didn't show the rest of her face. He just showed the chin down, the neck and the arms and shit. Because this colorism shit is what we use to identify the difference between right and wrong, good and bad. We use that colorism shit. See, and this is how the civil rights motherfuckers can polarize this shit and put a battery in our back to make us go out there and do shit for them, to get us to think like that. And see what type of hairstyle does his mom have? Huh? She got S curl?
Yeah, I think she just. Man, what is she rocking?
She got why her hair like his hair? She got an S curl? See, and when you make it about race like this, which they did, now we have to take in consideration the race of the people you talking about. You see what I'm saying? You gotta take it into consideration.
That shit or not.
Bro, she is not black. She is not. She is Filipino, brother. She's from the island. And there's a whole race of them. There's a shitload of Filipinos that look like that. There's Filipinos as dark as old boy, the stepfather. I've seen them in the military. I've seen them. Straight up. And they'll tell you right off the bat, I'm not a nigga.
She definitely ain't rocking no black women hair, dude.
Man, but look, this is the game that people play to virtue signal and to make money. I know I'm saying this, and it's tragic that the boy lost his life, but if you're going to grift off the boy's life, let's just be real about it. If you go grift off the boy's life, let's be real about it. And how you grift him. They could grift on the fact that he was a college student, he had his whole life in front of him, and that he was, he died before his time. They could build off of that. But no, they built off the fact is that everybody think the boy black and that the mama black. and that the daddy black. They grifted off of that, bro. So we can't hold no punches when we say these motherfuckers ain't niggas. And why they playing us like that? See what I'm saying? Why you playing us like this? For what? When you was lovey-dovey with these people the whole time, all the way from junior high all the way out. They say this boy was raised in that area with them people. And now all of a sudden, racism manifested in their life? What the fuck?
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
What he wasn't they weren't racist as kids, because you know that's when the real truth come out when you're a kid. If you was taught to be a racist, the kid's gonna show it. Now all of a sudden they 19, 20 years old going to college. Now they racist. They full blown racist to the point where they killing motherfuckers.
Right. Yeah, that
Crazy.
shit don't make no sense. Yeah, that shit don't make
It
no
don't make no sense, bro. And for them to sit up here and play that game
Yeah,
like
some
that,
rich white boys. You know what I'm saying? Them ain't even like no little trailer park. You know?
them rich motherfuckers too.
Talk about the nigga the trailer park.
These motherfuckers right here, the Nolan Wells family, they rich too.
Yeah, they got some money. Yeah, they got some money. They got some money and shit.
So why would they be grifting?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, why they just letting like Ben Crump and them just lead? But they let Ben Crump and them lead this shit so much that they let Al Sharpton say the damn eulogy. That shit is
Man,
crazy.
Ben Crump and Al Sharpton are government officials on the payroll to push fucking civil rights and racism. They like an EEO for the public. Them niggas is race relations for the public working for the government. I'm not lying, brother.
That's a fact, man.
They use politicians. They use religious motherfuckers. They use anybody that can make an influence. You want to know something funny? Type in Dr. Roger Mitchell and tell me. Do it offline first. Don't do it while you're on here. Just look at it and tell me who that motherfucker look like. Dr. Roger Mitchell. That's the dude that did the independent autopsy for the family.
Man, that nigga look slow, huh?
Yo, now type in Colin Kaepernick and look at the pictures. That nigga look like he Colin Kaepernick brother. Ain't Colin Kaepernick the one that paid for the motherfucking autopsy? Come on, dog. Come on, dog. You can't tell me that these. I believe it. I believe that. I don't believe in no coincidences. I believe when I see some shit and it resembles something, it might have a strong tie to it. Now it's up to me to prove that it doesn't. But that right there, that nigga look just like Colin Kaepernick. That could be Colin Kaepernick's older brother working for what does he work for?
Colin Kaepernick.
This nigga works for. He works for. What does he work for? That Mitchell motherfucker. He works for the Department of Pathology.
University.
But now he was with them. But now he works for the State Department. Can't make this shit up. He works for he says the Office of Chief Medical Examiner for Washington, D.C.
Yeah. I knew it was somewhere in that area. He was doing something like that.
Look, if it looked like a duck, quack like a duck, and it looks like Colin Kaepernick, that nigga related to Colin Kaepernick. At first, I was like, hold on, is this Colin Kaepernick? Is that the Kaepernick boy? Is that the Kaepernick boy? But you know, Colin Kaepernick was now go ahead.
That nigga was adopted and shit, right?
Yeah. This could be that nigga family right here. Who's in? You know what? How this dude made his name?
What's that?
Remember that shit? Death. He wrote a book called Death in Custody. Civil rights, accountability, and oversight.
In fact, I don't even know if I can even play this shit. Them motherfuckers will probably strike me for playing this little video. I ain't even gonna play this video. They be picky with certain little videos.
Yeah, you gotta give commentary too during it. That's why, they probably haven't cut you off already because we've been doing commentary. Because usually they'll just cut the bitch off while you men talking or while the video's playing. But come on, man.
We was trying to talk to it. But I'm gonna play this little last video, Lord. I'm gonna get up out of there. I gotta get to sleep, man, and wake up early. But
for sure, man. Me too.
Too, man. That's a fact, man.
Shit, I was doing some woodwork, man, and I saw you.
Their attorney been.
You say what?
I was doing some woodworking when I found out you was live.
And before we get started, first off, I want to thank you for being here under these circumstances. Know how extremely tough it must be, and we can express our how sorry we are for you and your family. And first question, how are you two holding up?
Taking it second by second,
day by day. Second by second and day by day, which we all can understand. And I just want to ask you, the friends that Nolan traveled to Horn Island with, they say that he stayed behind voluntarily. Why would he stay behind?
That we cannot answer. I can't fathom why he would.
I don't know why he would. We always taught him to, if you go with a group, you stay with a group. Mm-hmm. Even when he was in college, he would say, Dad, well, we're gonna ride down to a party or something in another city. And so I tell him, look, if you go with 5, you come back with 5. Do not separate from the group. Because I always say safety is in numbers. Mm-hmm. And he always said, yes, sir. So he knew to stay with his group. So why would he split from his group? I don't know.
So that would have been unusual for him to split from the group. Yeah. And you said he would always check in with you. Did he check in with you that day?
So that day, no, I don't. But of course, too, they were on the boat. And usually when he is out there, which it's not uncommon, he's, I think, since last year, he's been going there occasionally with his friends. And so it would always just be like, hey, Mom, I'm back type of thing. But this time there was no call or text from him. It was from his friend.
And then too, really didn't worry a lot about it because it was his last weekend to have fun. Yeah. Because that Monday he had to report to school. We was preparing to take him back for camp to prepare for the season. So, we understand he wanted to have his last hurrah before he locked down and get ready for the season. Because like I said, the entire summer he's training. He got more serious. He started to understand what I was trying to tell him about. Football not just being fun, but as you get farther in it, it becomes a business. If you want to excel, you have to understand and have to understand both at the same time.
And we know, Ben, that you said that you're going to do an independent investigation.
Yes.
And you say you had Nolan's cell phone and messages were deleted. How could you tell messages were deleted?
Well, his parents got the phone back, and that's something that's important, Michael, because they track this phone on Life 360.
So Life 360, but when I received the phone call from Warren, I immediately called my
they ran from that question.
And I said, hey, have you guys seen Nolan? Because her 2 sons, Jalen and Javon, they grew up together. They played City League sports together. When they got into school, they played sports together. And so she was like, hey, okay, the boys were pulling up the location from Snapchat. So the Snapchat location looks completely different than the Life 360 location. So when I pulled up Life 360, it was different. It was showing everywhere the phone had been. Like it had, I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land. Like I'm not, he's like, but no, he didn't come back with us.
Well, how were you able to get the phone?
So we tracked it, and my friend Tashima went and picked it up.
It wasn't like they said we got his phone, they tracked it. And that highlights all these
That's a conflict right there. When Ben come in there and say this right here.
My friend Tashima went and picked it up.
But bro, listen to this.
Yeah, we got his phone.
They didn't even get the phone. Somebody else got the phone. But you know what really got me? They just overspoke that question he asked. How do you know that somebody erased stuff off the phone?
Yeah, that's
tracking something. Tracking something ain't gonna tell you if somebody erased something. And how they gonna have access to his phone when it's security code on it?
Right. And then plus, hold on. Let me hear what Ben. Hold on, this is crazy. Hold on.
It wasn't like they said we got his phone, they tracked.
Right. So, well, but we don't know who lying. So, you know what I'm saying? The white dude said whenever he talked to the mom that night, he told her that they had the phone, Nolan's phone. So
yeah, because she called him. She called him.
No, he's saying he called her.
I don't know. I think he said he called her when he said that he called her to see if she wanted him to call the Coast Guard.
Well, he was asking for permission
But
from her to.
But initially she's saying she called them. Nobody called her. She's saying she called him because she saw that the phone on Life 360, whatever, said that the phone was back on land. She called him because maybe she was calling the phone and nobody was answering.
Right.
But my thing is that she didn't even go and pick up the phone. She sent somebody to go pick up the phone. So that right there shows the urgency behind the whole thing. She didn't think, you know what I'm saying, anything was wrong.
Well, I think that the woman was going over there with her son to go pick up his stuff because I guess he had went out there with them also or something. But there was a reason that she was going over there.
Yeah, my thing is that if you're looking for your son, why would you send somebody else, even if it is your friend, to go pick up their belongings from the people you suspect they did something to?
Right.
That doesn't even make sense. And then on top of that, she didn't think anything was weird about it because if she would have said, she would have called the cops and told the cops, my son's not with them, but they got all his belongings. Almost like they jacked him with some shit. If she thought something was weird about it.
See, and that's why I was like, damn, why did Ben Crump kind of say that, or not Ben, but Al Sharpton say that during that first press conference? He came out like, well, you know, where these three white kids ended up with his keys and they ended up with his phone. You know what I'm saying? Like how he was framing it, like they got his keys and phone, and they just left him on the island type shit. You know what I'm saying?
I think they are telling the truth, like they don't know why he stayed behind. But that whole story about telling you to stay with your group and shit like that, man, that is bullshit.
Yeah, that is, especially when you in college. I mean, you know, especially but you back home too. So, but you done been in college. You done came back home for the summer for a little bit. It's your last little the weekend as far as before you go back to football camp. So you gonna do you know what I'm saying? You're gonna try to kick it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I guess you know what I'm saying. You've been
They trying
training.
to act like the boy kept them up to date with his whereabouts and everything he was doing all the time, when that's not the case.
Nah, that ain't the case.
And that highlights all these contradictions, Michael. The fact that they said Nolan was talking to a young woman and she said that he said, I'm going back to get on the boat with the boys. The boys said that he said he was going to stay with her. And so that's an obvious contradiction. And then this video of this, you can hear an argument going where Nolan is saying, give me my freaking phone. What are you freaking doing? And so then his phone ends up.
And we just got done hearing his friend say that was him. So they done got on Good Morning America. They done did the first press conference, giving us bad information. And then with Jason
Straight
Tatum
up.
interview the dudes, and he gets some information. Now everybody's saying Jason Tatum is a coon. I'm like, this shit crazy. He provided
Bro,
more
that's how they
information
do
for
it.
the black community than anybody.
They don't want you to know that the shit that they doing is scripted.
Right.
If you knew it was
All
scripted,
scripted right
you
here.
wouldn't be vested. Yeah.
Yeah, the scripted
And I
right
don't even think I don't think that they got all of that support from individuals. I think most of that shit came from private donors.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
I mean, shit.
that's a fact. I definitely believe that.
Listen, I don't know any teenagers, Michael Strahan, who says, if you believe that story, I'm going to stay behind and I'm going to leave my phone. I mean, no young person leaves their cell phone. And so then there's so many things their parents were telling us about, even why didn't his body wash up with the tide on Sunday? Why would it come on Monday? It's not adding up. And that is the problem when you think about the history of Mississippi.
Yeah, so there's so many questions.
So what do you think about that? You know what I'm saying? The body wasn't washed up. They had a 40-hour search for the body. They went out there, they searched everywhere, then they come back and then they find the body in the area that they already searched.
He said it, bro. Why didn't the body wash up on Monday? Because that's the strange thing about Mississippi. Yes, it is. Because bodies don't wash up on islands. They wash up on shores. They wash up on mainland. See? And that's where they expected to find him, on the mainland. But whatever happened to him kept him there at the island, which is unusual. You see what I'm saying? And now they trying to make it seem like it's a mystery why he stayed at the island. Not saying that why they didn't fucking see him. Did they do a search like they said? If they did a search, ain't no reason why they overlooked his body out there in that water. Now, if they trying to say, did they bring the body back and dump it at the island? So you don't think that if these motherfuckers was being accused from the 4th all the way up to the 6th for doing something to him, that they was gonna not be watching them? That there wasn't gonna be no record of these people going back over there? I don't care how much you scrub down no boat. I don't care how much you scrub that bitch down. If any fluids or any of that shit, even if it's vomit, they can see that shit. It don't matter if you scrub that bitch down with luminol. I mean, with bleach. That shit is not going nowhere. Right? So they will be able to find, fluids. And who gets fucking murked, right? And no fluids is around. Even spit. So my whole thing about this is that they're talking over certain things. Like, for instance, how did they know that the phone was that they had deleted shit off the phone? They talked all over that shit. They didn't want nothing to do with that. So they don't want to say nothing about this shit. They don't want nothing to say about how that boy probably ended up like that. Because you can see the autopsy, like the drawings of the autopsy, and they show you the part of the throat that's absent. It's just the esophagus area.
Right. What they saying about it?
They're saying that the part that's absent is the esophagus area.
But if they saying is there any damage? Well, I guess they probably ain't saying no damage. I guess they ain't put that information out, but
They not saying anything is weird about it at all. They got on the Atlanta Black Star. It says, where is the first autopsy? Forensic pathologist takes a closer look at Nolan Wells' independent autopsy as key details about teen phone raises more question about his death. Not the autopsy, but the phone.
yeah, that shit crazy.
Who takes their phone in the water with them? Nobody. Who takes their keys in the water with them? Nobody. Because you know what? If you lose the shit, you ever lost something at the beach?
Yeah, so
never
felt. I ain't never really
Never
been to
felt.
the beach, but I can imagine that shit is gone forever. It's over with.
Bro, you sit your phone down on the towel, it falls, you brush it off the towel into the sand. Somebody walk by, your phone is covered up with sand. You ain't gonna find that bitch unless you dig in that area, dig that area all up.
With the sand. Ah, yeah, that sand is crazy. Yeah, like that real
And
sand,
look,
like that real beach sand. Yeah, that shit is different.
yeah, bro, we lost some keys one time, and the keys was on a necklace. Bro, we had to go and get my metal detector from the house to go back and find the bitch at the beach. Straight up, dog. And we wouldn't have had the metal detector, we would have never found the chain or the keys, dog. And look, we was right in the same area, bro. When we found the shit, we was digging all over here. We couldn't find the shit, nigga, because you could dig. Yeah, you could dig it up, and it be in the sand that you dug up. You throw it over to the side and rebury it somewhere else. So, man,
I only really been to the sand. Shit, I only been really to the beach, real beach like that. I can really remember. Was that Venice Beach? And that sand and shit. I'm thinking, because I'm thinking that we got sand out here in like the play box and like the sandbox and shit. You know what I'm saying? Nah, that sand way different than that goddamn beach sand. Like that shit was like you was like walking on it, you could see your footprint, and that shit was like gone. That shit was like
yeah, that
different.
shit's
I was like,
constantly
what?
moving, dog. You gotta understand.
Yeah, yeah.
The sand is not gonna stay in the same place. The sand that's on the beach, that's why the water meets, it's being pushed out, and then there's new sand being pushed in. It's like a conveyor belt. If you don't watch it, all your shit will slowly move towards the water. But that's a lot of time out there.
That shit was like an event. Like it was like a party or something. But it wasn't no party. It was just motherfuckers that's out there.
Well, they go out there because they'll barbecue on the beach at Horn Island, and they can watch the fireworks from there. It's like a perfect view. There's nothing, no obstructions or none of that shit.
Right.
So they can watch the fireworks, sit out there, and then But
what about because we know about the party shit? Niggas try to get away from the police. They out there. You think it was a lot of drug use going on out there?
Oh man,
All the motherfuckers.
it was a lot of drug use. There was a lot of drug use on the boats. But look, if you don't want to get caught by the police, why would you be on land, even if it is an island? They don't need to be on the island to do drugs. They could do drugs on the boat, on the boat ride over there. They could do drugs on the pier where they left from. They was inside of a boat that had a cabin inside of it.
Well, just to be in that party type of atmosphere and don't have no, don't have no hassles or nothing like that.
Yeah, they probably was doing drugs. They probably was smoking weed and drinking, at least that. Smoking weed and drinking. But anything higher than that, Yeah, I mean, I'm not denying that it is, and I'm not denying that it had anything to do with it. But we got all these other things that people aren't even hitting on.
Right.
Like what's in the water? What the fuck is in the water? Is it toxic to be in that water? I'm telling you, bro. If that water has toxins in it, and you know how sometimes you can be in the bathtub and somebody puts something in the bathtub, you don't even know it's in there until you feel it or until you look and see it. Come on, bro.
Right.
Same way. You can have somebody in one section of the water 5 to 10 feet away from you, and then another section of the water, and them niggas get attacked by a fish. They right over there by you. Or something gets on them and causes them to have a reaction right there next to you.
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is that they should, because they ain't say nothing about the toxicology report. Did they find something in the boy's system like a toxin or some type of poison? Because you can get stabbed by a stingray
Mm-hmm.
and have an allergic reaction and die from that shit. Same thing with jellyfish. Same thing with them fucking pufferfish. You know?
But they said that the toxicology report take about 7 to 8 weeks. So I think that we coming up
Yeah.
on it here shortly. So it should be out here soon. But hey, OG Loyal, man, I'm finna get up out of here, man. I'm
For
gonna holler
sure.
at you on the next one, man. I appreciate you sliding through, man, for real though.
For sure, man. I'll be out and about, brother. Appreciate you for letting me up.
All right, yeah, man, I'm gonna holler at you on the next one.
All right, bro. Later.
One.